Okay, welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of March 13th. We begin with a flag salute, so if anyone can join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay, so if you can do our coverage announcements and roll call. Mr. Villalobos.
Why, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. And good morning to the rest of the commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcasts of County Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays on CSB TV, Channel 20 at 5 p.m. and will be streamed live on the county's website. It will also be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And we are expecting Commissioner Park and Commissioner Martinez to join us shortly.
I understand, traffic's an issue. Okay, so let's go on with the agenda status report. Secretary Wilson.
Morning, Madam Chair. In regards to the status of our agenda, we have one item on the center agenda, which is the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance Amendments. Staff is ready to present on that again today. Now I can move to the projection report.
Please.
So our next scheduled hearing will be on March 27th, and that's when we begin the housing element rezones hearings. The first one will be in Santa Maria. Again, that's on March 27th in Santa Maria. And then we set a special hearing for the following Monday, April 1st, here in Santa Barbara to continue those hearings. And then out of an abundance of caution, we've also scheduled it on April 3rd, the following Wednesday, again here in Santa Barbara. So those are the three dates for the housing element rezones. I'm just going to repeat it again. March 27th in Santa Maria, April 1st here in Santa Barbara on Monday, and then Wednesday, April 3rd here in Santa Barbara. And moving down the projection report, we will meet again on April 10th, and that will be here in Santa Barbara. We have the El Capitan Canyon Campgrounds on that date, as well as we continue the energy element amendments for that date, and then we have outdoor cannabis cultivation, and then a lot line adjustment on that date. There isn't anything else projected until May. Well, that's it. Nothing's projected after April 10th. We'll be done for the year on April 10th.
Okay. Thank you. Busy weeks ahead. Okay, then oh, look at this. What perfect timing.
We have a quorum now?
Yes, yes.
We had a quorum.
The most important people showed up, so there you go. We were on public comment.
All right.
Chairperson.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so public comment. Do we have any public comment today? And these are on issues that are not on today's agenda.
I don't see any hands raised, and just as a reminder for those listening, joining us by phone, it's *9 to raise your hand if you're joining us by phone. And no hands.
What's on the director's report next? Yeah. Okay, so now we'll move on to the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Just a quick report this morning. We have upcoming our workshop that the board is going to be having where developers will present their concepts for sites that are will potentially be rezoned as part of the housing element. We have new information on that. The board authorized last week North County projects to participate in that process. We now have 5 North County projects that want to present. And the 4th District asked that we have that portion of the hearing be in Santa Maria. So what we will have is, I believe Supervisor Nelson will be in the Santa Maria hearing room, and the developers from the north will be presenting from the Santa Maria hearing room. We'll have the PowerPoint up, but their tables will be up there in their lobby so that the residents of the area will have an opportunity to talk to the developers and ask questions. And then the South County developers will be here, and they will have their tables out here in the lobby. This is on the 19th. Yeah, so we have a total of 13 projects that will be presented that day. So it'll be a fairly long workshop. Starts at 2, and it'll probably go till 5:30 or 6 would be my guess, depending on how much public comment we get. So, because every developer has 10 minutes to present their project. Any questions?
I didn't have one, but I think that Commissioner Park mentioned something on his way in, so maybe this is a good time. I don't know.
Yeah, this is just about how that works for the public, but also for any of us that are using the balancing tool.
Yeah.
When a project is rezoned, is it rezoned for a certain number of units or everything the developers asked for, or how does that work? I'll give you an example why it would matter. In District 2, and Commissioner Bridley is very well expressed a desire to have it somewhat dispersed and not have every single project in District 2, and I get that, and I'm sympathetic. But we have some small projects, and we have some very big ones. And if one took an approach of using all the small projects, it wouldn't add up to enough units. But if you took all the small projects, then all the big projects, you got too many units. And so one approach might be have the small projects and some of the big projects. And I just don't know if that's possible.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I think when you use the balancing tool, you'll see that it's challenging to make an acceptable housing plan that the state HCD will agree to. So there are some sites that don't have to be rezoned, but it depends on which sites you select, right? Because
Yeah.
some sites have more with respect to assumptions about moderate income. And those may be a site that doesn't have an application submitted on it. But then those that have a builder's remedy application that was part of our housing element update included in that, they're only providing 20% low and no moderate. So we have this real interesting mix of assumptions and pending projects. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. And there's a lot that we have to do to create an acceptable housing plan, particularly for the South Coast.
Well, that's one reason I'm anxious to get past the AEO today and turn to housing.
Yeah.
And my question is still, if for example, there's a
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
large 1,000-unit
Yeah.
project, and there's 3 of them in that range in D2, and can I use half of one? Is what I'm getting at.
So,
A bunch of little ones and half of one.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll have to look at it. But each site will have a minimum zoning and a maximum. So they have to develop at least to that minimum unless there is some constraint on that property that cannot be addressed, like Zone 2 of the airport, something along those lines. But, if you go through Balancing Act, you'll see there's a fair amount of acreage that's needed to make up the very low and moderate income units that we have to provide
Yeah.
for. that we have to zone for.
All right, well, thanks a lot. I think it's going to be an interesting challenge. We'll have some late night balancing tool policy wonk parties or something.
There
I
you,
don't know.
there you go. I've run through it a number of times myself and just tested out what you could leave out and what you would need to include. But it's, we don't end up with a lot of excess vacant land, is what I would say, or sites. We do have some, but not a lot.
But not to go too far into this topic, because I know it's not agendized, but I've been having lots of conversations with Supervisor Capps and the applicant so that we're looking at the plans and understanding what's being proposed, because we don't have that time during the hearings. I recently talked to a member of the public who said there was a concern about some of the assumptions in terms of the affordability. We love Mr. Pettit, but the affordability assumptions, that some of them had like a 50% affordable built in, yet right now I haven't talked to a single applicant that is proposing anything more than 20%. So I don't know if we'll have time during these workshops to go through those on a case-by-case basis. Your staff has been very helpful in terms of explaining what tools I have to try to figure this out. But I'm going to have to go deep in the numbers to understand it. To Commissioner Park's point, it's not that the sites might not be selected, but maybe they'll be selected at 800 instead of 900 units or something like that. So maybe we need a work session or, individually, I don't know.
I mean, we're happy to sit down and work with you. You just have to be careful. If you start reducing on one site, that means it's going to have to, it's
Right.
like you squeeze a balloon, it comes out over on the other side, right?
But we have a 15% buffer, right? That was the
We have a
idea.
15% buffer. We do. And I think that's going to be important for us to, include. And then we also have a policy there, if we get down somewhere to 5%, to 5% within the original RENA number, we have to start thinking about rezoning.
What do you mean by that?
So right now we have 15%, but if at some point during that 8-year cycle, we get to only within 5%, so we eat through 10% of that 15% buffer, we committed to initiating rezoning, because if you drop below, under this new no net loss law, if you drop below in terms of the amount of land you have available to meet your RENA numbers, and this will be very low and moderate, you have 180 days to fix that. So we realized it's possible that some sites could come in and have a constraint that we didn't know about. They couldn't develop at a certain rate, or there could be a couple of them, and all of a sudden we've eaten through a big portion of our buffer. We didn't want to be flat-footed if we did get awfully close to eating through the entire buffer, so we included that policy in the document,
Okay.
in the housing element.
Okay.
So,
Thanks for reminding me. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I have a quick question, and this is, I don't expect a true answer, but I was posed this question yesterday in regards to Proposition 1 with all this elements regarding the mental health and all that. And the question basically was getting down to is mixing all these housing elements, and everybody's has to do something in regards to affordable housing. Well, if Proposition 1 gets passed, and they put these people somewhere, whatever the conservatorships, and they say you're going to go here, looks like they're going to be facilities, does that count towards? And for some reason I had in my mind that government programs like this don't count.
Mr. Chair, if it's like a hospital or something like that, it doesn't, if it's not a unit with a bedroom and a kitchen and a bathroom, I don't believe we'll be able to count that.
Okay, yeah, that's the easiest answer I think I could hear. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, any other questions?
Any other questions about that? Okay. And then I wanted to let you know that yesterday at the board, they heard the Quayside H development agreement, and that was approved. So now that project will be moving forward through the process, and it's a development plan, and it will come back to the Planning Commission for review and approval.
Yeah.
And just some other upcoming items. We have the Music Academy appeal in May 7th, and then we have the work program going to the board on April 2nd. And then, of course, our budget hearings are going to be in April too. I think we are on the first day, and I believe that is April 9th. And we should be up probably in the afternoon.
Okay, on that, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just
No problem. No.
another piece of information that's coming out of all these meetings with these developers is the county's ability to really cope with the plan check function of all these rezone requests and just the case management. So is that something that you're foreseeing to address in your work program for 24, 25 or 25, 26? Because we know that the department is short-staffed in terms of some areas now. And if even 4 of these developers come in with a couple thousand units after these workshops and after these rezone actions, what's the protection on dealing with those?
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So we have 3 different plan check firms that are on contract with us, and that is how we deal with surges. We have been actually making quite a few changes in how we've been doing things and getting caught up in building and safety in particular. So now our intake time and our permit issuance time are down to normal levels, and our plan check is getting within normal levels.
Okay.
So we've been working very hard to get that corrected. But definitely we have the contractors on board that can handle big projects.
So are those full cost recovery, or is that something that the department's going to ask for additional funding to just deal with? Or how can you?
So it is better for us to use in-house plan check. It costs more to send it out. But we also have a state law that requires us to review plans within a certain period of time now that just came in effect in January. It's like permit streamlining, only post-discretionary approval.
Great.
So we have to adapt to that. And we've been trying to hire people in the plan check area, and it's been very hard. It's too expensive to live here.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're aware of it, and we're keeping an eye on that. And then we can always add planners to review these cases because it's all cost recovery. So if we have enough business coming in and we can pay for them, then we can hire them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
No other questions? Oh, Commissioner Park.
Yes. Did the board address the cannabis tax yesterday?
Commissioner Park through the chair, I was unable to be here yesterday. I understand that they heard it, but I do not know what happened. I can investigate and find out and let you know. But that came through the CEO's office.
I mean, I'm aware of that, but I sure heard a lot about it the day before. And so people, they think it goes beyond the executive's office in who they're talking to.
Oh yes,
so
yeah. I'm just saying that's
hope to have some
that's who
answers.
brings the item forward.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah.
Any other inquiries or questions? None?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I'm going to have to backtrack on our agenda because item number 7, Planning Commissioners' Informational Reports. If we have any informational reports, the commissioners, anything to lend to the public? No, seeing none, then I'll go to the approval of the minutes of February 28th, 2024. Commissioner Cooney.
We'll move approval of those minutes, Mr. Chair, as presented.
I will second it, but I have a tiny typo. I
Your mic.
cannot believe I got this. On page 3, the revisions to the conditions of approval, second paragraph under condition 1, you have a 4th line down. it says clinics and other dash equestrian events. I don't think you need the hyphen. I read them.
We appreciate you.
Yeah. Proper English versus good English, huh? As I was told, it's proper always. There's no such thing as good. Okay. With that, if we can have a vote and approve of the minutes as indicated, I'll say aye. Or Commissioner Cooney, do you have?
But just, my motion is amended to approve the minutes as corrected.
Yes. And if you can, I'll say aye if you approve that.
Aye.
And I'll abstain since I wasn't there. Thank you. And so now we're going to move on to our standard agenda. And this is the, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission consider the proposed agricultural enterprise ordinance project and recommend amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
Okay. Okay, so I'll let staff take it away here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Playing a little musical chairs this morning. Let's see, let me pull up the items that we need. Okay. Okay, I have everything up. We're going to try to keep staff's presentation really brief today so that we can focus on your direction for this project. At the last hearing on February 14th, the Planning Commission directed staff to review the various suggested revisions that we heard that day, to identify where the suggested revisions either converge or diverge from the current draft ordinance text, and indicate where the commission needs to resolve divergent suggestions to make its recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Sorry, that was supposed to be on the next slide. To manage this discussion, staff prepared a memo and a matrix to track each of the proposed uses and the suggested revisions. The matrix is attachment A of your staff memo for today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the matrix just to introduce you to it and present that over here on screen. So this matrix includes a lot of information, but it's trying to put it all into one place to help facilitate your discussion. So on the left-hand side of the matrix, we have a summary project description. It has been broken out in a little more detail than the previous versions of this table you've seen, and it shows the exempt level, the zoning clearance, and the land use permit or coastal development permit for the coastal zone. It includes the intensities of use that has been proposed to be allowed at each permit tier, and it has been updated to include relevant development standards that are presented in the draft ordinance text, which was included as attachments C and D to the first staff report to your commission back in November. The two columns on the right present themes heard and suggested revisions that were presented at your last hearing on February 14th. And it also includes some suggested alternative development standards that have been discussed. By laying out these changes, you can see where suggestions already align with development standards in the draft ordinance text and where they diverge. The purpose of the staff memo is to focus on several of the uses by breaking those uses out into discrete bundles to further guide the discussion regarding multiple suggested revisions, by providing additional information to assist the Commission's review and discussion, and by clarifying some of the suggested revisions that would apply to most, if not all, of the proposed agricultural enterprise uses, for example, the setbacks question. Staff would like to use both of these documents today to convey information and facilitate your discussion. We understand there's a lot of information that's been presented in these tables, but we would like to be able to walk through them one use at a time and then receive the Planning Commission's direction for that use before we move on to the next. And we hope that by following this plan, we'll be able to get your direction by the end of today, since we do have all day. And then we can take all of that direction and return to your commission with draft ordinances for you to recommend to the Board of Supervisors. And that completes our presentation. And we're available to help your discussion and walk through these uses and get your recommendations. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Bart.
I had a question, just something I didn't quite understand. Ms. Harris, you mentioned 2 documents, and I wasn't following what you meant by 2 documents.
Commissioner Park, through
You
the
said
chair.
both documents. Yeah.
Referring to the staff memo, which includes some breakdown and focused discussion on, I think, 3 uses. Campgrounds, because there's a lot about campgrounds. Campgrounds, incidental food service at wineries, and a couple of other topics. So that's one of the documents, and we can also we can pull that up onto the screen as well. And then we have the matrix, which was attached to the staff memo. So those are the 2 documents.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Commissioner Bradley.
Maybe I missed it somewhere, or maybe I didn't go back far enough to find it, but can you help clarify the term as you use it in these recommended changes of premises versus site? For whether it's campground or anything else, we use it throughout the memo and we use it in the matrix. So can you do a refresher on that?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, we may use site, like on-site or off-site, in a more generic sense of the word. We use premises. Premises is intended to be the language of the ordinance in terms of how to define what is allowed on an agricultural premises. And then agricultural premises as defined as a grouping or multiple parcels or lots that are under one ownership, one operation.
Okay, so it's not contiguous with assessor parcel lines or lot descriptions. It could be a portion of a parcel or a portion of multiple parcels that make up a agricultural area.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, it could be one legal lot, because that may be all that they own, just one legal lot. And so the premises would be the entire lot. Or it could be multiples, either legal lots or assessor's parcels. As we know, those don't always, they're not always aligned perfectly in the rural lands. But if it would include the entirety of the lots that are part of that premises, or assessor's parcels that are part of that premises. So we would not, for example, cut it off. If you've got a 1,000-acre lot or parcel, we wouldn't say only half of that is the premises. We would consider the whole of the legal lot.
Even though ag use might only be on half of it, do you understand why I'm confused? Premises is part of, it could be a portion of a parcel, a single parcel.
For the purposes of this, and in order to regulate under the code, we would be looking at the whole of the property. But for example, if you have 1,000 acres, that is your premises, whether it's one legal lot or multiple lots. If it's all under one ownership and one operation, then that is the agricultural premises. So that you would look at the entirety. And if it's a campground use, it would be one campground on the entirety of the property instead of ending up with multiple campgrounds on multiple lots.
Okay.
But if it's only on one half and it's way off to one side, you know, you don't have to worry about setbacks on and neighbors on the other side because the other side's far away.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Commissioners? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to amplify on that issue of premises and point out one of the very early things we ran into, and this was back even before we were considering the AEO and we're looking just at farm stays, is that there are some vestigial small Ag 2 properties, okay, Ag 2 parcels. My sheep right now are at a 16-acre Ag 2 parcel, okay? And some of these parcels are embedded in larger ranches. So if one limited, example, farm stays to 40-acre parcels or larger, you might find a 15-acre Ag 2 parcel, which is the best location for it, and it's in the middle of a 300-acre ranch, and that's an exact example that's out there on the coast.
Okay.
And they wouldn't be able to do it. So that's one reason to look at the premises. The other one is I think a very useful source of data that I think Mr. Lackey pointed out to me. Maybe it was Mr. Lackey, Mr. Tuttle, that if we're trying to track down numbers of properties that might avail themselves of these things, it's not all that easy to do. But through the Ag Preserve information, which is generated by premises, if I understand correctly, we are. So we're able to say, oh gosh, if you're going to have events only on, or maximum campgrounds on 1,700 acres or larger, well, we can use that data to find out that there's 52 of those properties. Okay. And then we use that same data and found out there's 14 properties that are 4,300 acres or larger. So it gives premises kind of another dimension for us. It won't necessarily be expressed in the ordinance, but it gives us really critical information.
Okay, that helps.
Commissioner Cooney?
Oh, no, sorry.
Well, I see no more comments, so I guess I move into Commissioner Reed. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I just have just a matter of clarification. The tables included for the various activities in the staff report, they appear to reflect the latest status of recommendations and things we've made in the meetings. Is that correct? The ones in your memo.
Commissioner Reed through the chair. Yes, on the left-hand side. The left-hand side is the actual summary project description. It combines everything from the EIR project description, and then it includes relevant development standards from the draft ordinance text.
Okay.
The two columns on the right present the information that was provided at the last hearing. So this does not include information that staff received yesterday.
So these large 11 by 17, are these the ordinance in its original state, or do these reflect the most current modifications?
On the left three columns, the summary description, it does reflect the ordinance text.
Okay.
It does not, the only thing it doesn't include is additional development standards that were applied from the EIR, which have to do with the fire protection plan, setting back from sensitive habitats, that sort of thing, because those have not come up in discussion before your commission.
Okay, so the latest version is reflected in these?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Park?
Yeah, you know, there's different approaches here. One could take a piecemeal approach, which I think is what staff is suggesting now. We go through each of these one by one. Or you can take a whole package approach. Neither one is the perfect solution. But I want to just express a note of caution on the what I call the piecemeal approach. um, it it kind of leaves out the balancing that we've done between some of these things. I'll give you an example. I wanted to see more campgrounds on the very largest premises, and we're kind of doing our own balancing tool here for what fits under the EIR. And so in order to accommodate more campgrounds on the larger premises in our proposal, and you can see it on the this presentation we have for revised proposed instructions, we've taken the 100 to 320 acre category, and where I had expressed it as 25 the last time, bringing it up from 20, I'm bringing it back down to 20 because I wanted to have more room for sites on other categories and not bust us past the number of folks that would be using the roads in the EIR. So I don't need to get in that example at great length right now, but at some point I want to go through this whole package, which we think balances everything. So I don't want that lost in whatever time it takes to go through these piece by piece by piece.
Okay. So seeing no more comments from the commissioners, I take it this is when we go to the public. And we have 2 speaker slips here, and I don't know how many we have online.
We have 5.
5. Okay, well, let's at least address the ones that are here today. And I'll call that would be Susan Petrovich. And it's a 3. And so everybody, including those who are speaking here and those who are online, whenever you're speaking, please announce your name in full. And there'll be a time limit that's up here for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Petrovich, and I've been following this ordinance for quite some time, and I think you've made substantial progress. It's impressive, but I think we have failed to do one thing in this process, and that is to incorporate the Good Neighbor Ordinance requirements, because I was looking through this just this morning, and for instance, 40 acres but 2 campsites. 40 acres is really not that much, and it would be very easy for people with their lighting and their partying and all the things that are addressed in the Good Neighbor Ordinance, causing problems for their neighbors. So that I think that should be incorporated in this ordinance. There is, of course, a fine line between excessive county permitting and inadequate county permitting, and there has been in the past a history, especially in agricultural ordinances, to overregulate such that ranchers can't afford to take advantage of whatever in whatever opportunity there is, for instance, to have a second residential unit on their property. So this is, I think, a good step in the right direction. But I know people are worried that wealthy outsiders, or even insiders for that matter, will misuse this ordinance and turn their property into a circus site. And so I think that we need to incorporate many of the provisions that are already in our uniform rules. And I sent you a letter yesterday listing several of those land use regulations that I think will make this, just fill this out a bit and make it more human rather than just numbers. So that's what I would suggest. I also included in that letter a suggestion that there be a name for this, and that it be a supplemental use. And I put in this letter a suggested definition, and that is the use of agriculturally zoned land for the purpose of providing recreational and other land uses for profit that are compatible with agricultural production and with open space and native habitat preservation, while avoiding loss or compromise of productive agriculture on the property or on any neighboring property. So I think we still need to do a little more work on it, but it's come a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovich. And then our next, oh, Commissioner Park has a question. I didn't see that. I don't know of you, Ms. Petrovich, seems like.
Yeah. I don't pick this at random.
No, we didn't stage this.
No. So I read your letter, and I thought it was very eloquent. I appreciated it. I think it went to the basic philosophy of this ordinance. I struggled, though, figuring out how to apply what you were talking about with where we are now, where we're getting down to brass tacks and so forth, of exactly what we'll allow under certain uses. And we've kind of passed the point whether we're arguing whether farm stays or campgrounds are compatible with agriculture or not. I guess if somebody thinks that they absolutely aren't, they should vote against the ordinance. But I would encourage you to stay involved, because hopefully by the end of today, we'll have conceptual directions to staff, but there will be a lot of revision of language that'll be appropriate and necessary. And it seems to me that some of the things you have in your letter, such as that definition towards the end of the letter of supplemental, might fit well into language of the ordinance. So I'm just expressing appreciation for what you did, not necessarily understanding how to apply it today, but thinking you should stay involved and let's weave things in as necessary in the drafting process, which will take some time after we're done.
Well, I think that it can be, you can include in the ordinance provisions that, as with any other ordinance, if people exceed the bounds that have been created for each of these uses, they lose the right to make use of that provision. So yes, I would like to stay involved, and I know that the farming and ranching community is very much in favor of having this opportunity. I don't think most of them would even consider overstepping the bounds, but there's always someone out there who wants to make money, and they really aren't interested in the agricultural side. So we do need to figure that out and work on it.
Well, that last point was also expressed to me by Mark Herthel, who's very much in the middle of things in the valley, that you know, with our kind of citizens-generated complaint system for a lot of enforcement of planning issues, it can take some time, and then often it might just result in a fine or something. But he was pointing out just what you did, that if somebody's going to abuse some of this, it could have an effect on agricultural landowners nearby right away, and there needs to be pretty quick action, and it needs to be action that has some real deterrent effect. Like if you blow past some of these limits and it's pretty clear
You
it's
lose the
intentional,
right.
then you don't get to keep doing it at all. You're done.
Yeah, and we just haven't built that in, and I think we do need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovich. Oh, Mr. Reed.
I just had one thought that it's been going through my mind relative. This discussion triggered it. If you have someone who's using the program who tends to be not a good neighbor, are there any protections or anything built into the program from someone who, say, has a campground, has a guest who abuses the privileges? Do they have full rights to expel that person, have them leave? Are they have any protections with respect to that? You know, a rancher or landowner who has created a campground or a homestay gets a visitor who's clearly not observing the rules. What are their rights that enable them to have that person leave? I could foresee some problems with that.
Yeah. I guess I don't see staff raising their hand to say that whether or not one way or the other. It kind of sounds to me like a legal contractual situation between the owner of the property and that person who's the guest enjoying the property, I imagine.
That's exactly right. It wouldn't be something covered in our code. It would be on the part of the property owner.
Mm-hmm.
But I would add, since there was comments about if there's non-compliance, you know, that they lose that right. Right now in the draft ordinance for the farm stay section, we had already crafted a revocation component to that. And then as part of our discussions with the Ag Advisory Committee Subcommittee, they were also interested in maybe having that revocation concept for other AEO uses. And so that's one of the considerations for some of the alternative development standards that we'll be discussing about, is that a concept that the commission wants us to further develop for some of the other AEO uses.
So what I'm hearing then is basically if a person does enjoy the benefits of what we're talking about here today, and they seem to be the problem child, which is they're always having problems, they're always not violating the good neighbor, it's not, you know, somebody else, it ultimately comes down to the shoulders of the property owner, and they could lose their enjoyment of this ordinance.
Chair Martinez, yes, that's correct. The revocation is kind of focused on that permit. Now, obviously, we're looking at a mix of uses that may be exempt from permits, and I think that is also the challenge in terms of being comfortable with the intensity of uses that would be under that exempt from permit level, because there's no attached permit that we could revoke.
Got it. All righty. Mary Hayden is who I have a slip from.
So, Chair, they need to be on the microphone if they're going to.
Yes, I need you on the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Director Martinez, is it possible to follow Commissioner Park and Commissioner Reed's presentation? Because this kind of adds on to that. I didn't know where in the agenda that would
Well, we're at the public point, so this is your opportunity to speak, and I would take it that even if it's putting the cart before the horse, like you're indicating, I think in this instance the cart is going to be before the horse. So
Okay.
if this is your opportunity, yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name's Mary Hayden, and perhaps you have heard that my family owns and operates the Ted Chamberlain Ranch in Los Olivos. It's an 8,000-acre cattle ranch, and it's been in the family for almost 100 years. I'm just going to jump into what my proposal is and then maybe give reasonings afterwards. I would like to propose that premises of over 5,000 acres or greater can hold events of 500 participants lasting up to 5 days and 10 events per year. These would be very, very temporary in nature. It would be unmotorized activities, so not parties, not weddings, but these would be activities that are more sports-oriented, so horseback riding groups, running groups, archery groups that need large plots of land to hold large events for very short time. As I said, it would be very temporary in time. There would be no permanent infrastructure needed, so these groups would come on, do their thing, and leave. The landowner would not provide potable water, so we would not be providing a public water system. And it would be low-impact camping with porta potties. The importance for landowners like myself is these organized groups provide their certificates of insurance that name the landowner as additionally insured. And the importance of that is that our insurance will not cover other activities that are not supervised. So these would be organized groups that are managing the activity, and then we would be insured through that. I believe that this is very, very compatible with the primary agricultural use of ranch lands, specifically that are contracted in the Williamson Preserve. There's not very many existing premises in Santa Barbara County of 5,000 acres or greater, so this would very much limit who could do this. So I believe it would fit in the current scope of the EIR. It's very important for ranchers to find alternate sources of income, and this would be a great way for us to do that. It's also very important to allow the public to come and enjoy recreational activities on private lands, especially when they are in an organized manner. And there's a huge thirst for activities out there that need large tracts of land to be held on. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone have any questions? Commissioner Bradley?
Just, what was your threshold? Over 5,000 acres for events of up to 500 people, and then you had a time for no longer than 5 days per event?
Yes, and maybe there would be a day or two of setting up, and then a day later when Marburg comes and picks up.
And then, like, did you have how many events per year? Or?
Oh, I believe I said 10 events per year, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question in regards to, maybe you have experience in this. How did you arrive at the 500 people per event?
Because I know there are events out there that would like to have spaces that could hold 500 people.
Okay. My only thought is, especially like in the Spartan races and those things, one of the biggest complaints I hear from those guys who are involved in them is you have too many people at the event. Instead of having a track that you're consistently moving and challenging yourself, you find yourself standing at the obstacle minutes before you even attack the obstacle. So that's why I'm saying 500 people would be kind of hard. You'd have a long line. But just my thought.
Director, Chair Martinez. Sorry.
No problem.
We actually did host a Spartan race on our property a couple years ago, and that's more like 2,000 to 3,000. So this would be a much more minimal group of people.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Park has a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to add two things. With the help of Mr. Lackey, Mr. Tuttle, we identified the number of parcels that are under Williamson contracts that are 4,320 acres or larger as 14. And so once you head over 5,000, you're probably talking about a dozen or less. So it's not a lot of parcels we're talking about. Also, just my experience in helping out with ultra marathons, that's one group, the runners, where one could be up in the 500 range, and it's a young group, which is nice to see, and it's recreation doesn't cost a lot of money. Get a pair of Nikes, and the other likely group would be gravel bicycles, which are very benign. And that's a growing thing here. Again, it's a young group. So I think that you won't see horse groups in that size. But this is, as I understand it, you're not talking about weddings, rock festivals, et cetera. You're talking about sports events that use the whole property and not just have a good time at the base camp.
That's correct. They can use our existing ranch roads and our cow paths. But there would not be, building of infrastructure or anything for these. Most of these are not, they don't have any amplified sound except for like one guy on like a little microphone saying who won.
All right. No other questions I see right now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Villalobos, in regards to those who are online?
Okay, so we're going to go to our telephone speaker first. If anyone else would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll call on you next. For our telephone speaker, it's *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, just go ahead and state your name.
My name is Carol Mahoney. I live in Orcutt in North Santa Barbara County. I'm just going to give you a brief statement regarding our very, very small farming business. My husband and I purchased an 18.8 acre parcel in North Santa Barbara County in '04, intending to farm it in our retirement. And initially we planted and grew blueberries for a cooler, but when the market dropped the first year, we allowed people to come in and pick their own blueberries. The blueberry picking became such a popular model that eventually we quit growing for the cooler, and our U-Pick Blueberry Farm was born. We are a seasonal ag operation with no income for probably about 6 to 8 months of the year. At times we have held classes, we tried a pumpkin patch, school field trips, all kinds of random things to help with the income coming into this farm. 3 years ago, we built a barn. Due to community interest, we have allowed charities to hold fundraisers and have had a few events that have provided us an additional income. This has greatly helped us financially make the farm a success, especially in the off season. The key really to our success is the management. We are in a very rural area. We're surrounded by a great vineyard, a horse ranch, and sharecrop farming. We do have a few resident neighbors who are on the other sides of those entities, and we are very respectful of them. They're our friends. We hold firm to a few rules, such as we have a limit on the number of guests. We have a 10 p.m. noise curfew that we are very strict about. We insist on a security company being hired and present at all times during certain events, like especially ones that go into the evening. They are perusing the property, and they check the decibel levels at the property lines for us. We have ample parking on our property, so there's no need for anyone to park out on the road. The revenue stream that our barn has been generating has been a godsend, supplementing our agricultural venture. The Ag Enterprise Ordinance, which I was so excited about initially, but as I have watched it unfold, and as it is currently written, it would basically put a stop to our business success. It would be a hardship to lose that funding stream and would have a detrimental impact on my family. Our inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of property / happiness would be diminished by not allowing us to use our barn as an income stream. The ag needs and practices are rich and varied in this county. I don't envy you guys trying to figure all this out, because I think to govern and restrict private property use seems humanly impossible, because we don't all have the same practices or needs. We feel like this is a little bit of an overreach on our private property rights. I have some other friends in the area where we are that are on even smaller parcels and are facing the same issue by this ordinance's limitation on parcel size. They couldn't be speaking today, this morning,
Mahoney,
because of other engagements.
Ms. Mahoney, I have to interrupt you because it's a 3-minute limitation, and I'll let you tie it up if you have like 5 seconds if you want to tie it up.
Okay. Well, I just implore you to reconsider the need for such an ordinance, and at the very least, the acreage limitation that would put our income stream and possibly our farm out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, it's good timing on your comments. I personally spent hours this week from phone calls of folks that are talking about Ag 1 properties and them not being part of the AEO. There's very good reasons why that happened, and it's historical, but there's also, an opportunity, probably not with this ordinance, but something else, and we can talk about the strategy for doing that for Ag 1. I'd like to talk about it more. I don't want to do it at this time, but if we have time later today, we can get to that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you.
The comment we just heard, I think, really kind of brings to focus the diversity of the county, the differences between North County, Mid County, San Ynez Valley, and South County, and some of the difficulties that come out with an ordinance that must be appropriate to all areas. So my hope is that at some subsequent time there can be a remedy to just this sort of a problem, to make the whole process equitable and available to all willing participants in the county. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good deal.
So let's move on to the next person.
Our next speaker will be Anna Citron.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Citron, if you could probably speak a little bit louder, though, that would probably help. And remember that there's a 3-minute limitation, so if you can work within that, that'd be great. It's all yours.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Martinez. Good morning. Anna Citron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. I want to extend our appreciation to staff, to the commissioners, to the Ag Advisory Committee and others who have provided, who have put in a lot of hard work, provided a lot of good suggestions, and I think advanced this ordinance in a really positive direction. Commissioner Park and Reed, your extra effort is absolutely noted and appreciated. Just a couple of specific comments. First of all, just a quick one. There's been a proposal that a buffer be included between composting operations and grazing land. And we do not support that buffer. It doesn't seem to make sense, and particularly as it's stated between 50 and 300 feet, we fail to see how that is relevant or necessary, and would urge you to not to include that buffer in your recommendation. As you know, we've paid close attention to the campground issue, the proposals that have been developed within the last few weeks, including the low impact camping option, is really a positive development, and we support having an option like that in the we did provide our own proposal is similar, and so we appreciate that that's been advanced and would support including that low impact camping option. We would also support the recommendations that have been made to prohibit park mod trailers with permanent utility hookups. And we also support limiting the number of landowner provided accommodations to some subset of the number of campsites. And, in particular in the coastal zone, we do have concerns about those structures, or if they're not structures, units being present on the landscape most of the time. We are very supportive of the suggestion that EHS be involved in amending their requirements to allow for portable toilets. That goes a long way in addressing the concerns we have over developing infrastructure associated with these campsites. So thank you very much. I will leave it at that. And thank you again, all of you, for your work on this.
Thank you. Thank you. Any, no comments? Seeing the next speaker, Mr. Villalobos.
So we do have some additional speakers online, but I don't see any additional hands raised. If you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. Looks like we have at least one. Our next speaker will be Nancy Emerson.
Good morning, Chairperson Martinez and Commissioners. Nancy Emerson, representing WeWatch, a land use and environmental organization focused on the Santa Ynez Valley. For us, the remaining questions about the ordinance revolve around the non-agricultural rural recreational uses. The Ag Advisory Committee's report addresses well how to protect agriculture, a high priority. Protecting agriculture can protect neighbors and neighborhoods as well. What neighbors, at least those in Ag 240 and 2100 areas, need for evening events is a 9 p.m. ending hour and a maximum of 100 to 125 participants, so crowds, loud music, and traffic don't drive them crazy. Daytime rural recreational experiences and Ag 320 regulations can be more flexible within ordinance maximums, provided crops and neighbors are protected. One reason completing work on the AEO is difficult is that there is no data about the minimum numbers needed to make using the ordinance economically helpful, including minimum stacking. Please get needed data from our farmers and ranchers already using rural recreational activities, plus data from other regions. Some of the AEO's rural recreational uses are attractive to non-agriculturalists who are buying agricultural land in our valley with the hope the AEO will allow larger scale hospitality uses. So please, no CUPs that allow a landowner to bypass the ordinance's maximums. Allowing resorts, larger campgrounds, guest ranches, hotels, or large amplified music events on agricultural land is not what we think this ordinance purpose is. Thank you, and I want to thank Susan Petrovich for her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And another speaker?
So I don't see any other additional hands. So we do have another additional phone caller. If you'd like to speak on this item, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And just looking for any additional hands on this item. And not seeing any additional hands.
All righty. So at this point, we go back. Oh, here's another speaker. So last time, Commissioner Bailey. All righty. So we have one additional speaker here, and we have Chip Wilbrandt.
This chance to speak. It was a little slow going over the past today. Speaking on behalf of the Vintners Association, Allison Laslett has provided you with a couple of letters and has spoken. I just want to reiterate 3 quick points. One on food service at wineries. It actually has worked really well for the last, I think it's been 3.5 years that we've been having food service at wineries under an interim ordinance provision that was, I think, really well worked out, well written, and adopted by the board, and then actually extended by the board. We've provided some specific suggested language to your staff. We'd like you to provide direction to your staff to work with the Vintners Association on the language to make something that actually works. We think that it can be much simplified and easily made to work. And again, we've actually already provided suggested language. On owner-provided units, this is one I've been a bit confused by. From our perspective, we want to have the highest quality experience people can have when they come to wineries. So if we're going to have a place for people to stay at wineries, we want to make sure that it is a nice accommodation and that it in fact meets all health requirements and takes advantage of the fact that we usually have infrastructure at wineries because they've been approved based upon extended development plans. So we think it's actually less impactful to have the potential for owner-provided units. And so we'd ask you to allow for that potential. And last, the issue of tours. I didn't hear if that has been addressed today, but our concern is that it is part of the marketing of wine that we have people who come to the wineries and to vineyards and they tour the winery and vineyard. It's the whole kind of the point of having it be open and having a tasting room. So we ask you to not put any further restrictions in this attempt to create opportunities for other types of farming to have tours and those kinds of activities. Unless you have any questions, I thank you again for this opportunity and look forward to you providing your direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, is that the last speaker then?
Mr. Wilbrandt was our last request to speak.
Okay. So I take it at this time we go back to staff.
Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to mention, so that you are aware, we have members of the County Fire Department here in case you have any questions or clarifications you would like from County Fire. And we also have the chair of the Ag Advisory Committee, Mr. Van Leer, is also here today if you have questions for him.
Well, something does come to mind, now that you mentioned the fire department, is that since the beginning, and I thought it was a great point, is that having the ability to identify the locations in case an emergency arises. And I haven't seen anything really develop or that I've read, but has that been addressed in any furtherance in those comments, or is it still out there?
Chair Martinez, I'm just making sure this is on. I think we can come to that place just through our fire plan, the discussions of the fire plan, and having the site plans for each of the events. And we can discuss that a little bit further, if we're going to go through each of the different types of activities. But we've discussed internally and with planning staff that if we can have some type of process where we can review and approve a fire plan with a site plan, and some of these can be pretty simple, then we can get to that place. Obviously, if we get to a place where there's 100 campsites, which I don't think that becomes very as feasible for the fire department to support, but we can have that discussion later, but we would have, that'd be more of a challenge to find those places and identify campsites, but we would definitely require that, so.
Okay. Any ideas of how you would require that, though? I mean, we're talking the wilderness, we're talking.
Of the sites?
Yeah.
That through the fire plan, and then we would have to have the sites identified through on a site plan. So,
but
in order for us to be able to respond to these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'd have to be accessible as well.
Because in my mind, I have no experience with this, so in my mind, I'm thinking it's like a college campus. You have those things where you press that button, and at least the college safety personnel has an idea of where on campus the emergency is. Is that something we're kind of contemplating?
Usually when a 911 call comes in, one of the first things that we do, we can triangulate through technology, but, what's your name, what's your address, what's your location? So, and then we can pin drop that, or that exists in our system, our CAD system. In this scenario of campgrounds, we've discussed El Capitan Campground. We have site plans for that. So, hey, cabin 14, cabin 72. I've responded to multiple calls on that type of event. But if that's probably the level of detail we'd want in a site plan. Like, hey, which campsite are you at, right? So.
Okay, that's much more simpler than what I was thinking, but
Yeah.
that makes sense. Thank you. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to some basics with fire department. And I remember your prior testimony. It was very useful. Testimony from the fire department. It was on all aspects of this ordinance. But I kind of saw two themes, and I wanted to know what was the most important to you. And one theme is, let us review each campground development, each development of anything under this, and approve it. And is it important to be in that approval process? That's one kind of a thing. And you're already involved in a sense with the subdivision review committee on bigger projects. But the other thing that I have more personal experience with is with events, and that is just making sure you have that, minimum but very useful amount of information to respond in emergencies. And you just mentioned that with El Capitan, knowing the site layout so you know where to go is useful. And if it was a one-day event, knowing where are they going on this ranch and where are they going to be and where's the entrance to this ranch and those kind of stuff. So which of these things is more important to you for us to develop?
Well, I think the items that we would require are common, are going to be the same for both. So we had the representative from Chamberlain Ranch discussing quote unquote what we would call a special event. So and we do have a special event process that goes through the county, and I think that early, even a minimum amount would be like 49 people and then 49 to 109. And I don't know the specific numbers. I apologize, but we do have a special event process that gets submitted either through the county or through, we review them for the city of Solvang, city of Buellton as well. And those entail site plans and where things are going to happen, how many people are going to be there. And then we go out there and review access and locations where we might find a patient or subject that needs help. So, number one thing for the fire service and for the fire department here is to have good access to people that might need help, access to the site in case of other types of emergencies, vegetation fire, like earthquake, whatever the case may be, that we just can get to the site. And then knowing the location we need to get to once we're there, right? Because if we get to a 1,700 acre parcel, it's like there's someone here that needs help. We have helicopters, but that could take hours still, if the person's under a tree canopy or whatnot. So I think it's a common thing, but for both types of activities, we would require a site plan of some type just to help us. And then if we could approve that site plan, which in an overall fire plan, that we can approve some type of water source, some type of access plan, get out on site to see these plans to make sure that we can verify those and annually approve them. Defensible space would be part of those as part of the last presentation, a few other elements, but I think the site plan would cover a lot of that, so even the smaller events.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned technology. It's interesting. I think I put on my first event 20 plus years ago, and we had fire personnel involved, and it was good for me to learn about what was useful for them, and that's helped me in planning all my other events. And gosh, technology sure has changed a ton. With GPS and we can do texting through satellite, through Garmin units, and really locate things a little better. And then now we got helicopters at the county, and a lot of them, and they've got FLIR units and things. We just have to accommodate that world. Thanks.
Mr. Villalobos just informed me that there's somebody who raised their hand. I just noticed right now. So I like to at least allow them in their general comments, public comments. But again, it's not going to be, I don't want to leave the impression that this is a rolling, issues come up and people start getting asked questions. It's not that. It's just, we just noticed it.
All right, looks like it's one of our second telephone speaker. Looks like you've unmuted yourself. Just go ahead and state your name for the record and then just move on into your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Shannon Clay, and I appreciate this opportunity. I am speaking more to the venue portion of this matrix.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can you speak either closer to your microphone or just a little louder? You're coming out with a very minimal.
Hello?
Well, I cut myself on purpose to see if you're, okay. Yeah, just speak a little bit louder, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shannon Clay. I'm from Santa Maria, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to the venue portions of this, and specifically the size of properties and the parameters that currently this ordinance is addressing. Our property is very small. It was donated in 1889 as the first schoolhouse, one-room schoolhouse in Santa Maria. On opening day, it received over 41 students. It operated until 1948, in which the Grange organization bought the property. And if you're familiar with the Granges, which I'm sure some of you are, they conducted business for farmers and ranchers, co-ops, and held many celebrations on this property. Historically, we have continued to open our property for church, local hospitals, youth organizations, schools, charities, And also, we have operated this as a venue only a few times a year. But during the drought years, the supplemental income became very important. We have continued to make investments into this property and further maintain it to be safe and comfortable for our guests. The ordinance as currently written would put this property and our additional properties out of business. I ask that you take into consideration historical use and the duration of the family enterprises. Perhaps consider grandfathering in the existing of small and successful agriculture enterprises that may fail to meet the current parameters. Also, the duration of the existing enterprises. I think it's very important people come to this community to see this landscape and to see the historical nature and the stewards that live here for years and years and generations, how they keep this property, and it is inviting to those who visit. So I would like to see some kind of limiting on the ability for pop-up venues or people, larger companies with deeper pockets to be able to come in and change and commercialize our landscape. And specifically talking to size of acreage, we are less than 2 acres. Historically, we have, between the school, the Grange, there has been hundreds of people here if properly maintained. School gymnasiums, churches, hospitals, parks in Santa Maria.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to
are under
interrupt.
2
It's come to, everybody's been limited to 3 minutes, and you're over that time limit unless you can give you a summary in 5 seconds.
I just like to say that we would like to continue to have the opportunity to manage our properties using security, using shuttles, not imposing on land. We would be respectful, and we would like to have ordinances that would not regulate us completely out of business. Thank
Th-
you for your
th-
concern and listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your involvement here. So right now, I'm gonna do unilateral act of just calling a break for a quick 10 minutes, and then be right back here at 10:40. Thank you. Okay, we back on? All righty, well, welcome back. I apologize to those of the general public in regards to our belated return, but we're back. And at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to staff and ask staff to please go over the matrix and with us. And from following that, then we'll go into deliberations over these things. And so let's move forward with that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Before I dive into the matrix with an overview, we wanted to make one clarification based on some of the comments that we heard during public comment. So we did hear some concern about landowners that are currently hosting some events on their properties, and they're concerned that the Ag Enterprise Ordinance would prohibit them from doing it in the future. And I think what we'd like to clarify is that that is not the intent of the ordinance, and the ordinance would not do that. Currently, special events are allowed in most zones, I believe, in many of the zone districts. All of them require a permit depending on what kind of events that they're hosting. That's regulated under a separate part of the land use code. So if they have permits, if they're operating under their existing permits, this ordinance would have no effect on them at all. Also, this ordinance is only for the Ag 2 zone, and so and the intent of this is to actually create some lower permit tiers or some exemptions for a certain level of use under the special events that would be a lesser permit than what they would have to get otherwise. So we just wanted to make that clarification.
That's great. Now, a couple of quick questions, though, just for my own edification. These permits we're talking about, that would be for special occasions and so forth. I mean, what's the range of prices, if there's any price whatsoever? The cost?
It depends on the permit required, and if it's a land use permit, I don't know if events under land use permit are the flat fee for a land use permit. If it's a minor conditional use permit, that does require a hearing and a decision by the zoning administrator, and typically there is a deposit that is paid, and then the applicant pays a fee based on the hourly rate, depending on how much time a planner has to put into the project.
Yeah, so it sounds like some of the speakers at least, if they had to go through that permit process, it's not just something I wake up on Monday and walk to the county and say, I would like a permit and get it issued on Wednesday. It's nothing like that. It's something that's going to take some planning and some education on their part, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Chair and Commissioners, just to add on to that, for the land use permit, there is a notification period, which is a 10-day notification. And so the issues we've run into on temporary events is a lot of times we get a request, and the request is shorter than the scheduled event. And so that precludes certain events from actually happening on the date because people waited to the last minute to apply for a temporary event permit. And we have internal legal requirements we have to meet as far as notification. And being a land use permit, it is appealable. So it just opens up a lot more risk for the applicant as far as a temporary event goes. But it does, on the staff side, allow us to coordinate internally and with other departments, having some type of request come over our counter, so that way we could coordinate with safety and environmental health on some of these events. So I just wanted to put some framework on land use permits.
Mm-hmm. And this information is generally available, at least a broad scope of it, on our website, or no?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, it's generally available. For those that are versed in reading the ordinance, it is available.
Yeah. Very broad brush approach. Okay, got it. Not minutia. Commissioner.
Following up on that, one of our last speakers talked about trying to respect or acknowledge pre-existing uses, and I think that's what Ms. Harris was trying to address. I guess I'm wondering, from County Council's position, when you have something called legal nonconforming uses or legal nonconforming buildings, that is only given a legal status if there was a permit that authorized it, correct? I mean, when we use those terms. If you have a building in your setback and there's a building permit for it, that's considered legal non-conforming, right?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, that's correct. Legal nonconforming would mean that it was legal at one point or at one point in time. Either it existed prior to when permits would have been required, or they obtained a permit, and since they obtained that permit, rules have changed. If you're doing something that would normally require a permit and you just have chosen not to obtain a permit, that is not legal nonconforming, that's just unpermitted.
Okay, so in that situation, it would be the burden on the owner to demonstrate that it was perhaps in action or in existence before the permit requirement came in or the law of the time came in, right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, just to further that, if it was legal nonconforming, then legal nonconforming activities can continue, so long as they're not expanding the activities. And
Okay.
if they are choosing to expand, then it would have to be in conformance with current requirements.
Mr. Pettit?
And Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, and just one more point to clarify, because we're talking about uses, there are provisions in the code for abandonment of legal nonconforming uses if they're not continued for a certain period of time. So it's not as though you did it 100 years ago and want to start it up again. There is a requirement for continued exercise of that use.
And Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I'm gratified to learn there is still an avenue for the speakers we heard who have the small venues due to their prior use, because I've actually visited both sites, one casually and the other to attend a charitable event, and I have great appreciation for the substantial investments they've made in those, and the fact that they're a real asset to the nonprofit community and others. So again, gratified to hear that there may be an avenue where they can continue their usage. So.
I can only imagine that a lot of those have to deal with those pop-up wedding venues in the rural areas and so forth. Become so lucrative to some people. Anyways, comment for the day. Matrix. Let's go over the matrix right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Let's see how quickly we can get through with just an overview
Yeah.
of some of the key points. So campgrounds being one of the uses that has a lot of different moving parts. We tried to separate them out into discrete chunks, and that's why we presented them as well in the staff memo. Where was I? So the memo points things out in a little bit more detail, but we also tried to separate the campgrounds here. So I'm going to try to zoom in here so it's more visible. So under the campgrounds, we just have a proposed land use permit or coastal development permit tier. We have the number of campsites per premises defined in the left column that's now visible on the screen. And in the middle, we have what we heard at the last hearing, which was to bump up some of those numbers. I understand that this has been reduced since last time. We got some new information yesterday, but that's where, that's a point of clarity, is to indicate how many campsites you would like to allow, the commission would like to allow on properties that are over 320 acres. So that's this portion right here. There has been comments about whether to have a campground envelope and a number of campgrounds. In the proposed project, here on the left, there is an intent to have the campsites located either in one or two areas, or campgrounds. The total number of campsites would still be the same per premises regardless of where they're located. But in this case, under the proposed project, that second campground area should not exceed 1 acre. We have heard proposals here to limit the size of the campground. So basically, depending on your lot size, here's an acreage, you need to locate all of your campsites within that area based on your campground premises size. And allowing a second envelope only on premises larger than 1,000 acres. That is contrasted with another proposal that was put forward, which was to allow up to 2 campgrounds on less than 320 acres and up to 4 campgrounds on more than 320 acres. So this is a point that needs to be worked out. There has also been, over here in our suggested alternative standards, there was also a suggestion that we've heard that we should limit campgrounds to agricultural premises that are at least 40 acres in size. So that's another point for your commission to address. Again, that's not currently under the current proposal. There has been a lot of discussion about landowner-provided accommodations at campgrounds and what they should be, what should be allowed. The current project proposes that a landowner may provide no more than one of all of these different types of accommodations, including the park trailers or park mods, as they're often called, a yurt, a tent cabin, or a travel trailer. We have heard suggestions that park mods should not be allowed at a campground, but do allow tents, yurts, travel trailers, and other RVs to be provided by the landowner and not just brought into the site by the guest. There have then been suggestions that if the landowner provided accommodations are allowed, that there be some limitation put on the number of those accommodations. And we have had one suggestion to limit it to 30% of the total number of campsites that are actually proposed, not the total number of campsites allowed. We've also heard it suggested that the commission require landscape screening because once those accommodations are provided, they're going to provide some kind of permanent visual effect on the environment. And that, again, would also depend on where those campgrounds are located. They may not be anywhere near a public road or a public viewing area. There have been additional permit options have been proposed in this case, as well as some development standards. So we had 2 permitting options proposed to create a zoning clearance level for campgrounds. One of those is a low impact camping with up to 9 campsites without any landowner provided accommodations, no infrastructure, no structures, and that request to the Board of Supervisors that they direct county EHS to allow that low impact camping with portable toilets. And this suggestion is aligned with the proposed SB 620 legislation for low impact camping, and that's still working its way through the state legislature. There was also another zoning clearance option proposed, which was to, I'm going to go back up here. If you recall, the proposal has these 3 tiers of camping, and the lowest one on under 100 acres would be to allow up to a maximum of 15 sites, and that's still with a land use permit. And so this alternative is suggested to allow those 15 campgrounds on less than 100 acres with zoning clearance, and it is recommending tiering or scaling the number of campsites so that the smallest premises, 40 to 60 acres, would only be allowed 4 sites, then the next range would be allowed 8 sites, and then up to 15 sites on the largest of those smaller premises. This proposal would still allow landowner-provided accommodations. It would not be able to take advantage of portable toilets if that were to be adopted, but rather it would still be requiring an on-site wastewater treatment system consistent with current county code requirements. The other development standards that were suggested is setbacks based on the type of crop that's being grown on an adjacent agricultural premises. So that would be a premises, an agricultural operation that is not in control, is not in the control of the landowner who wants to provide the campground. And the current ordinance text proposes a 1,000-foot setback, and the suggestions were to only require the 1,000-foot setback if it's adjacent to food and row crops. And these are operations that are right up, these are operations that are close to the premises boundary and close to where the campground would be located, not if they're on opposite sides of a 2,000-acre property. And then the setback would be lower, 400 feet is what's been proposed so far for orchards, vineyards, and grazing lands. We've also heard interest in the winery ordinance setbacks, so we've included that in this table as one of the other standards we've heard. In looking at, there's a couple of different setbacks that are in the winery ordinance. So what staff incorporated into the table is the setback that applies to wineries that are proposing to have the public on their property versus wineries that are just processing and making wine and no public is visiting the site. So for those public wineries, those with tasting rooms and tours, et cetera, the setback would be 200 feet from the property that the winery is located on, or 400 feet if there is an existing residence on an adjacent lot. And that 400-foot setback would apply between the winery operation and the residence itself versus the property boundary. The current proposed project would allow a maximum stay of 30 consecutive days. There has been suggestions that that is too long and it should be reduced. And so that reduction would be up to 14 consecutive. We've used nights because really people are spending the night on a property and that's really what you're counting. And a total of 28 nights per year for that person. And that there should be at least 1 week in between stays. We've also had some suggestions to consider prohibiting animals such as dogs at campgrounds where they would be adjacent to row crops because there's concern about dogs getting loose and running into the adjacent property and causing problems for the farmer. We've had requests to require on-site supervision at campgrounds and a suggestion to create a permit revocation process. I think that was just mentioned earlier this morning. That is something that's proposed in the farm stays regulations, but hasn't been proposed for any of the other uses. And it was suggested that could be considered for campgrounds. And as I move into the next use, I just wanted to point out, if y'all hadn't noticed it already, we organized the table this time to put those uses that have had the most discussion, the most moving parts at the top of the table, with the uses that haven't really had any discussion at all at the bottom of the table, assuming this is where the interest lies. So the next use of interest is the incidental food service at winery tasting rooms. This is the only use that's being considered for the Ag 1 zone. And that was the direction that we received to in pursuit. That's the only exception to the Ag 1. In this proposal, we do have proposed in the draft ordinance text 3 levels of permitting. An exempt level that would be for the prepackaged foods, for a food truck or for catering coming to the property. At the zoning clearance level, the language might be a little bit confusing. We recognize that based on some comments that staff has heard, but the intent of this is to allow all of the foods that are allowed under the exemption, but also to allow any other kind of incidental food service. So the intent under this is to include foods that are prepared on the property. And then under the land use permit or coastal zone, under the land use permit option, the proposal is to allow all of the types of food service that you could have under the exemption or the zoning clearance. But in this case, the permit required, there would be a land use permit, but beyond that, because a tasting room is part of a winery that has a permit that was permitted and approved. If it has a tasting room, it had to have gone through a development plan permit process. It would have been approved either by the zoning administrator or the planning commission, depending on the size and scope of that winery development. The zoning administrator level, the smaller wineries also have limits on the size of the tasting room. And so the intent is to make it clear that if you're going to expand the size of the tasting room to incorporate the incidental food service, you are going to need to have the county take a look at the development plan permit it's operating under to determine if it can be incorporated with the land use permit at the simple substantial conformity determination level, or if there's more significant changes in the size, then it would need a look to see if it needs some other kind of change to the development plan. The themes that we heard is to simplify or have a simple definition of food service, and that is something that staff is going to try to do, and we're interested in trying to clarify that language, especially at the zoning clearance level regarding what incidental food service encompasses. To locate that to locate it in the tasting room, that is part of the project description, to locate it in the tasting room. To limit the food service to tasting room hours of operation, that is also already in the plan, in the project description. That there must be an active winery operation, that is sort of baked into the permit for a winery and tasting room, and that commercial kitchens are okay. So I'm going to jump ahead to educational experiences. So under the existing proposal, we have small guided tours as one type of educational experience, and then a variety of other educational experiences that are listed out in detail in the draft ordinance text. The changes that have been suggested have been to, I'm going to start with the second bullet here, to increase the number of attendees for the small guided tours from 15 attendees to 40 attendees. It's not reflected here, but at the same time, the number of attendees for the exemption, or the number of small guided tours per year for the exemption would be less, and then create a permit tier in the middle. And I may need to switch to the memo, which shows this in a bit more detail, as this is rather complicated. Let's see. So this table 5 in your staff memo, presents what the intent was. And I'll just mention briefly again, it's talking about increasing the number of attendees at a small guided tour so that, for example, school groups could be accommodated, a classroom could be accommodated, but reduce the number of small guided tours per year from 80 to 50, and then essentially create a middle tier. So using the existing proposal as a low for the exemption and as a high for a land use permit, create a middle tier that basically splits the difference between the two and allow that with a zoning clearance. Going back to our main matrix, we have heard, I think one of the commenters mentioned this again today, that they would like to clarify that the educational experiences and opportunities regulations proposed under the AEO not apply to wineries, which have their separate regulations, and many wineries having gone through that development plan permit process, they've incorporated into that project description many of their educational activities, winery tours, et cetera, and so they would like to be able to continue doing that without dealing with a different set of regulations. So that's what we've heard there. We also have heard alternative development standards proposed, different setbacks. 100-foot setbacks for educational opportunities, where people may be congregating, but they're generally being guided by somebody through the tour, so there's not as much concern about it being adjacent to agriculture. But if you're creating a new structure that's going to be permanent in nature, where you're going to have people coming to the property repeatedly over and over again to the same site, they would like to have the same setbacks that are proposed as proposed for campgrounds. The next use in your table is the farm stay. The farm stay does not have an exempt level of use proposed. There are 3 tiers proposed, but one is a zoning clearance, one is the land use permit, and the other is a minor CUP. And the zoning clearance essentially is a smaller number of bedrooms and guests allowed, and it would be located in the existing principal dwelling only. And there needs to be a minimum 40-acre premises for the farm stay, and that applies for the other levels of use as well. That number of guests and bedrooms is increased at the land use permit level to comply with the state laws, agricultural homestays, limitations. I think that's the key point there. The minor CUP would allow a portion of the accommodations to be located in a remote site that is not adjacent to the existing principal dwelling. So under the land use permit too, you're not restricted to the principal dwelling. You can put in park mods, you can build cottages, you can have other structures that are used, you can convert a barn and turn it into accommodations under the land use permit option. So we have heard comments to increase the number to 8 bedrooms if possible under state law, allow location remotely. Again, currently the proposal is to allow a portion remotely. So that's something for the commission to discuss whether to allow location of all remotely. But currently the proposal is you would need a minor CUP to do a portion remotely. We've also heard a request to, at the land use permit and minor CUP levels, which talk about clustering the accommodations adjacent to the principal dwelling. We've heard a suggestion to, as an alternative for the winery properties, and this would only be for Ag 2, because this use only applies to Ag 2, is to allow those accommodations to be clustered near the winery structural development, because depending on how a winery property is developed, the winery may not have a dwelling that is perhaps in the best location for the proposed farm stay accommodations. We have also heard a suggestion for the zoning clearance to increase the number of allowed bedrooms from 4 to 5 and allow 5. And then we've also heard the request to have setbacks similar to the setbacks for campgrounds that have been suggested. We've also heard, again, we've included here the suggestion to, sorry, I'm trying to get that highlighted so you can see it. Similar to the winery. So we have the 200 feet or 400 feet from a residence on an adjacent lot. We've heard the comments to be sure and allow farm stays and campgrounds on the same premises, which currently there's no prohibition in the draft ordinance to prohibit campgrounds and farm stays from being on the same premises. But we've also heard a suggestion to allow both uses on premises that are only 100 acres or larger, so not to allow the combination of uses on smaller premises. And similar to campgrounds, reducing the length of stay. For small-scale events, we have a proposed level of use for the exemption, again, broken down by the 3 premises size that have been the kind of theme for the ag enterprise uses, and the numbers of attendees at those different acreage premises sizes are 50, 75, 100. With not more than 8 days per year, not more than 2 days per month, and no new structures being allowed at the small scale premises size. In the next permit tier, there was no proposed zoning clearance or land use permit in the draft ordinance text. This was to be left to the Planning Commission's discretion to propose the permit tier. And the permit tier increases the number of, bumps up the number of attendees, bumps up the number of days per year from 8 days to 12, and then the number per month from 2 days to 3 days. And the way this is intended to work is it's really up to the landowner's decision whether they want to try to, take one weekend and 2 days and create an event that lasts 2 days. In that case, that would be, 2 of their 8 days per year or 3 of their 8 days per year. So we haven't defined the special event to be an event can only last 1 day. We've defined it instead to say how many days they're allowed to have events. Also under the permit tier, they could propose to build a new structure. So under the exemption where you have no new structures or additions, you could use existing structures on the property. You may need to upgrade them pursuant to building code, but you would be able to use those existing structures. Get over here to the right. So we have had some suggestions to modify the number of attendees and also to modify the breakdown of premises size where these different numbers would come into play. We've also had a suggestion to allow early start times for non-motorized races and trail runs and equestrian events and those types of events. Where events would be stationary and be held, either outdoors or indoors, but in a location where the people are going to congregate and stay for the event versus, a trail run where people are going to be going all over the property. There's the proposal again to require the setbacks from the property boundaries depending on what is the adjacent agricultural operation. There has been a suggestion to limit the premises size. Again, that is a suggestion. We heard comments today about people who are concerned that they would then no longer be eligible But again, that's only been a suggestion, and that's up for your commission's discussion. And because we heard a comment about requiring a parking coordinator for larger events, that's similar to what we do for winery, we wanted to point out that in the project description, there's already been a proposal similar to the winery proposal for having a parking coordinator. So we're starting to get to the uses with fewer discussion points. Agricultural processing beyond the raw state, agricultural product preparation, and tree nut hulling would all have the same permit requirements. They're very similar types of uses with just some nuanced differences, and so we've lumped them together to make it easier to see what is being proposed for the three uses. The key points for the exemption are that all materials would be that are going to be processed in one of these uses would originate from the premises, and no new structures or additions that require permits would be allowed under the exemption. When you get to the next permit level, again, to be decided by your commission, that if you're going to do some additional structures, you can propose up to 5,000 square feet for your processing operation, and you would have to get a permit at that point. The suggestion that we have heard is to remove the requirement that all materials be processed or to be processed originate from the premises, to that requirement of the exemption. So remove that from the exemption, but do limit the source of products to be within the Tri-County area, Santa Barbara, Ventura, San Luis Obispo. There is also an alternative that was presented in alternatives 1 and 2 of the EIR for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and that would be at the permit level. You have a limit that no more than 49% of the materials to be processed come from off the premises. For composting operations, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of these proposed permit tiers. You do need to make a determination with regards to zoning clearance or land use permit. It's been suggested that we develop a standard for controlling water runoff and quality. I do want to note that those issues are really regulated by the regional water quality control boards. Composting, they have a general order for composting. So we don't really want to step on their toes with regards to how water quality is addressed. And then it's been suggested to require setbacks with an amount determined by what's being grown on the adjacent agricultural premises. And for all of the other uses, I'm not going to walk through them. Those we haven't had any discussions on any of those others. We haven't heard any suggestions to modify the proposed permit levels or what the permit tiers, the intensity of use, or any of the development standards. So the rest of the table, it notes where there's a permit tier question for the Planning Commission to decide. But other than that, we haven't had any other comments. So that completes walking through this monster of a table. Thank you.
So hearing that, I'm looking to the commissioners for any, well, I think we're taking on our deliberations and stuff is right now what we're doing. So Commissioner Park?
Yes, I'd like to run through the PowerPoint that Mr. Reed and I have, which will further focus this from what staff did. And I want to applaud staff for this effort with this matrix. I was hoping for this years ago, but you didn't really have the information to do it, and it's a big chore. we, this whole group in this room, have had to internalize a lot of communications. I think there have been, and I'm not criticizing this, but we've had 3 or 4 communications from the AAC that are written. We've had 3 or 4 from the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. We've had a similar amount from We Watch and others. I'm glad they're all engaged. It's just a lot to read through and realize that each of those were different than the others. I mean, each organization had a different edition each time. So to have staff internalize all this stuff and boil it down to this matrix that isn't like 400 pages long with 28 columns is a good job, so thank you. But I want to boil it down even more because we have a finish line. We don't know exactly where it is and when it is, but we need to cross it sometime, and that is getting this ordinance done. So that's what we're trying to do with this. So that gave you enough time to get it up there. Good. This is somewhat revised from the last version, and one reason we revised it was to make sure we fit within the scope of the project description and thus the scope of the EIR, so that we wouldn't be proposing something and getting all excited about it and then realizing we needed to recirculate the EIR, okay? And if anyone thinks that that's limiting, well, don't blame staff. You actually should blame me, and I'll tell you why. Because when we start out with farm stays and then with AOs, we had a variety of workshops, kind of developed things. Staff had an initial notice of preparation. We reworked it at length over the Christmas time of 2021 and early 2022. Director Plowman was involved in that. I was involved in that, and we came to a table that seemed like it would work. And so that table, in a sense, limits the scope of the project description and the EIR. Ms. Harris didn't go through that table, but it's one that sort of corresponds with the one she had on the left-hand side. And so I'm not going to criticize that effort because I was part of it. So again, don't blame staff if you think that we're limiting to the EIR. You can blame me. Incidental food service at wineries. We go that next one. Okay, that's pretty much what we kept it as. That's pretty much what we've been talking about for a couple of years. The only new thing here is some sort of expansion that would be there to allow putting in a kitchen, and a kitchen brings in prep rooms and brings in cold storage. It might bring in more serving space. I think those of us who are familiar with taste rooms realize that a lot of that serving is outside, not indoors, and probably anybody who is serving food would do it mostly outdoors, and that's what you can see in the few installations we have. Probably 1,000 feet's enough for a kitchen. This includes more space. What I don't want us to have to do here is require each winery to separately go and get a revision of its development plan to add 1 more square foot. We can draft an ordinance that supersedes those plans and says, for this particular thing, those plans are superseded. We have that with ADUs right now, and I can talk about that for an hour. So this would be by ordinance. I've recommended a ZC. My mind is open. If, as staff writes this, it thinks some things should have an LUP. The neighbors aren't going to get too upset about somebody revising their barrel space inside their building and putting in tasting in there or putting in a food service. No one will ever see it. 2,500 square feet, that's the size of a modestly large house. Maybe not by Santa Barbara or Montecito standards, but by anybody else's. And so maybe that's too big, maybe it's just right. But it's it gets the concept out there. Okay, I won't address that any further. Farm stays. Again, I want to simplify it. I don't like the division between 4 units and 6 units. That was never in the original tables we did for the NOP. That's something that came up just in the last few months. I don't see any need for it. What I do see need for is some discussion of going beyond the 16 units, excuse me, the 6 units. That comes from a state law regarding what's done with EHS type regulations for 6 units. You need more. You can go up to 20. We're never going to see 20 farm stays and pass this ordinance, maybe 8, and that would benefit some of the wineries. I'd like to see staff investigate that further. Is that a big problem to go from 6 to 8? I know it changes the regulation there, but I want to see at least 6. And we've made it clear, park mods and all their progeny, prefab homes, et cetera, they're all built the same way. They have different dimensions. They can be farm stays. If they are farm stays, I want to see a code-compliant foundation and anchoring system. As part of the LCAP project and others, I've been looking underneath the skirts. I know that sounds lewd, but looking underneath the skirts of all of these units and seeing the different ways they're mounted. If they're just mounted on a few screw jacks and sitting on tires and wheels that came with them, they're not safe for seismic safety. If they are code compliant with the various code systems for turning these into structures, they put in more permanent pier systems and anchoring tie downs for seismic. And I think if somebody's doing this, they ought to have it. And of course, I think you can have both farm stays and small campground. With regard to locating them remotely within a 1-acre envelope, I have heard, even just today, from a potential landowner, or a landowner that wants to put these in, he'd like to see it go up to 2 acres. I don't personally care that much. I can realize it shouldn't be covering an entire property and all over the place. Their concern was that sometimes the topography determines where the sites will be. So in a rougher terrain, you might have a site here, a site there, and they might go beyond an acre, even if it's just a low impact campground of 9. Unit types, we have changed that in just one place. Again, we're making the point that park mod trailers and their progeny will not be included as campsites. I will not vote for this ordinance if it turns out that they're going to be included. And I can tell you, neither will the Board of Supervisors. So it's unfortunate that snuck in here. It's nothing we've been talking about for a couple of, we haven't talked about it for the years we've been doing this, that park mods would be campsites. I don't want to include it now. It'll kill the ordinance. So that's not helpful. We do want to make sure there's some spaces for the low impact simple camping. That's why I put include spaces for simple tent camping or small RVs. This is basically the pickup with a camper, the small Sprinter van. We have to have an ordinance that has some equity in it for the whole population. And if it becomes just an ordinance for rich people to have expensive sites to go recreate in, it's not serving the public well. So that's what that's all about. And those people that camp in their simple tents when they're in their 20s, they're staying in fancy hotel rooms when they're in their 40s. So you do want to serve them as a landowner. The remote low-impact campgrounds providing for sewage disposal by porta potties, that ties in with the low-impact camping ordinance. Not ordinance, state law. I've looked through SB 620 several times, and it's and I can't even discern its purpose because it has a definition of low-impact camping that's kind of broad, and I think its actual purpose was to do a carve-out from the small occupancy RV law. And so I'm just not sure how it fits in with what we're doing, but it does in some way. Now let's get to the small campgrounds, number of sites. That's worthy of some explanation. Up to 100-acre premises, 15 individual campsites. I noticed that there are, from Ms. Harris's table, references to not allowing Ag 2 parcels under 40 feet to have campgrounds. I don't disagree with that. I kind of never expected that they would, but I can see why one would be concerned about that. There are a number of Ag 2 campgrounds, Ag 2 parcels that are small. There's even one that's 5 acres near Gaviota, and there's others that are 15 and 16. They're just relic parcels. There's a whole bunch of them near where Sweeney Road starts in Lompoc, and a lot of the cannabis folks sought those out because they could get different kind of regulation. And I'd hate to see people shopping for those little parcels and then jamming them with campgrounds. So I get that. But up to 100 acres, 15 sites. We had 100 to 320, and we formerly recommended 25, an upgrade there. Backed it down to 20, doing that just to make sure that we don't cause any problems with the EIR, because I'm expanding it for the larger parcels. 320 acres or more, 30 campsites for 320. I now have one more campsite per additional 200 acres. We did have 5 more campsites for 100 acres. And when we looked at the number of parcels that would allow maximum numbers, it was kind of alarming. This is data I've been looking for forever, but we haven't had a real good way to get it. But Mr. Lackey had a great idea. Go to the Ag Preserve contracts, which looks at and look at the number of those. We found that I believe it was 52 premises were that had Ag Preserve contracts, and there may be more that don't have Ag Preserve contracts of 1,700 acres or larger. So if we went, 52 parcels with 100 campsites on each one, that's a lot of potential campers. I think we came out with possibly 30,000 of them running the roads on the weekends. So we had to carve that down, and we did. And that's why we came up with one more per additional 200, and with a 60 site maximum, not 100. And so that would allow that maximum on 6,320 acres. The table that Mr. Lackey and Mr. Tuttle prepared on parcel sizes, at least from the Ag Preserve contracts, show that there are only 14 in the county that exceed 4,320. So it's probably less that exceeds 6,320. So it's not very many parcels. It would be limited to 60. I did a calculation that I presented to Mr. Tuttle. I don't want to go through it all here, but it had to do with maximum potential campsites. It adds, the maximum potential campsites, if everything was built out under the ordinance and you had a max of 30, would be a little over 8,000. This pops it up another 1,000, but the EIR essentially predicted a usage rate, a built-out rate of about 11%. So it predicted there'd be about 900 would be built under the ordinance as first given you. If we move this up to 60, it adds like another 35 or something. We'd still be at about 120 more than that 900, which I am confident, I hope you guys agree, would not require recirculating the EIR for just that few number of units. And still like the idea of splitting it into 2 campgrounds for premises under 320 and for 320 or over. I'll tell you why. If we just sit and look at this in the abstract, whether we're members of the Planning Commission or some ag group or anyone, it's like designing a board game. But, I did my first workshop on this. It was 5 or 6 years ago. I've done 12 workshops for the Rec Master Plan that covered all these things, visiting all these sites, places you don't even know exist in the county, talking with landowners almost every day. And why did I do that? Because it was in my district. Now the district got changed. Now it's partially Mr. Reed's district because we got Lompoc and he got some of our ag land. But we really looked into this stuff. You've got vineyards that are 70-acre parcels, okay, that are next to the river, and they're well insulated from anybody. And they'd like to put in a campground here and there. And you know, if they have to stick it all together in one place, or if somebody says you can't have one because you're 100 acres, well, that's ignoring the reality of the people that have been trying to work under this ordinance for 5 or 6 years, trying to help develop it. And on this particular one I have in mind, it works better to split that campground into a few units over near where their farm stay is going to be, and a few units over in an empty pasture. So let's not be too abstract with our requirements. Moving on to events. Again, we're trying to simplify that. And so our largest tier, which is max 200, which isn't much different than it is under the staff's first table, has to be 1,000 acres or larger. There's not very many of those. We will not have somebody buying 40-acre parcels to make them wedding chapels, okay? Because you're not going to buy 1,000 acres to put on a couple of weddings. 300, I mean, at max of 100 requires 320, max of 50 requires 40. I suggested all by exemption because I know a lot of these property owners, and they will accommodate somebody who wants to put on an event, but they don't necessarily want to bother with permits and things themselves. They've got their property for other reasons. But staff reminds me, I've also spoken about the advantages of a ZC, that with a zoning clearance, you get to keep track of things, okay, which is important. And you get some staff person to tell the person from the get-go, here's what you're supposed to do it right. I agree with that. I think staff should just write this up, and you write it up any way you think works. Maybe combine the two, and you know, not to overcomplicate things, but maybe we need something like an informational permit. I don't know what a ZC costs. Does anybody on staff know what it costs? You trigger anything where you now have staff time working per hour, no one's going to apply for it unless it's a really big project. So ZCs are thousands of dollars. We'll never see half this stuff ever happen. And that's an advantage for exemptions. Maybe if there was an informational permit where somebody comes in and goes to the counter and says, this is what I'm going to do, and you say, okay, that's better than an exemption, and here's what you're supposed to do, and we move on, that's what we need. Moved it up to 12, not more than 12 days per year instead of, I think it started out with 8 and 4 days per month. There's a reason for that. You take any of these large ranches, they're not going to do events in the middle of December or January. At the Rancho San Fernando Rey in the last 2 years, you couldn't get into the ranch across the San Ynez River in the winter months. I think the Floods property, the Sisquoc, is the same thing. You couldn't cross the Sisquoc River. So what you tend to do is cluster your events in the summer month. So having something that said you can only do 2 days a year, it means that my 3-day endurance ride would no longer be allowed, but it also means that these folks couldn't be flexible. Getting on to the ZC or an LUP for a structure, I fully support staff on that. What Ms. Hayden was talking about earlier today of events like races, running races, and horse events, and gravel bike rondos, things like that, they need no structures at all, okay? It's only when you're going to have a wedding facility and lots of lights and all those things that you create these things. If you're going to have structures, then go get more permitting. Last thing on events, on guided tours. You know, on the guided tours numbers, we worked real hard on those and talked to every bike shop in town, everybody who rents them out, all the equestrian groups, and realized, you know, you're not going to have a 40-horse guided tour. You know what you would call that? You'd call that a jailbreak, right? You're not going to do it. Put 40 tourists on horses and go off like that. What people were looking for were small tours with great frequency. You know, 12 e-bikes going through a large ranch, and doing that every week. Because at Rancho Alisal, which is in the city of Solvang, but also includes the ranch they have a pretty healthy charge for a half-day e-bike ride, and they do it all the time. So I do not want to trade going up in larger size for less frequency. That's going exactly backwards and does not match with what the landowners have been asking for, or the vendors. By the way, I very much appreciate the fire department's involvement, and I think the focus there has got to be what supports fire department being able to respond to emergencies at either these events or the more permanent installations, and we should work that in every way that's practical. Finally, on setbacks, that's a new slide. I wished that grower shippers had been more involved with my ag advisory group that Ms. Hayden was involved in, and Mr. Wilbrandt and others. We started 5 or 6 years ago, and we did have one member who's Brett Farini, who's now in the AAC, that's row crop. But nevertheless, we want to pay attention to their needs, and part of that rests with state law on buffers they have to have. And part of it rests on, the extreme sanctions that can happen if there's contamination. You can literally shut down an entire crop in the entire state. So we got to take it seriously. So I'm totally okay with the 1,000-foot setback, but for pre-existing row crop, I don't want to see somebody put in a cabin facility and then somebody decide to grow 2 acres of jujube beans and say, I'm shutting it down. So it's pre-existing row crop that was cultivated only during the last 3 years prior to the proposed AEO use. Sometimes you fallow a crop and things like that. So it shouldn't have to be right now, but pre-existing. 100-foot setback for everything else. In talking to people for all these years, I've never met anybody that wanted to put in any facility west of 101 in the Santa Maria Valley where the row crops are, other than Dare to Dreams, which is miles and miles up the road from the row crops that are in the Lompoc Valley. And I've never heard any person with orchards or cattle or anyone else express concerns over setbacks. So I think a 100-foot setback is fine for everything else, except 400 feet from pre-existing residence. I do like the AAC's suggestion that you can modify this for natural buffer that occurs from a topographic feature, and I'd like that worked in. So I think those simple setbacks will work for everybody. With these directions to staff, I'm ready to propose a motion. I won't do it this moment. Propose a motion that based on these directions to staff, they can go to work and do their revisions, and they'll come back in 45 to 60 days. But I think we've funneled it down. If I miss some major issue, I'm glad to discuss it, but I think we've touched them. Mr. Reed, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Well, I just wanted to add that Commissioner Park and I have spent several meetings and a very considerable amount of time coming up with these recommendations. I think they're very well considered. I'd like to emphasize the fact that I'm very gratified with the recommendations with respect to setbacks, because it was a vital and, to me, essentially a non-negotiable element to provide the 1,000-foot setback to allow row crop growers to comply with the leafy green marketing agreement requirements, and to ensure the integrity and the marketability of their crops. So I'm very satisfied with this. I also certainly want to commend staff with consolidating the many recommendations that were generated by our many global discussions in all of these hearings into a consolidated, understandable matrix that I think really facilitated our discussions today. So thank you very much. And other than that, I'd just like to emphasize that I'm fully in agreement with the statements Commissioner Park has made relative to the status of the ordinance, or the preparation and the ability of it to move forward.
Commissioner, are you seconding then Commissioner Park's motion?
If you agree that that was the form of a motion, I would certainly second it.
That was your motion, though. I want to make sure. Or are you holding back
I'm
on?
sorry, I don't mean to be obtuse. I didn't think I'd made a motion yet.
Okay, that's why I want to
And
make
I
clear.
didn't,
discussing it, yeah.
and I didn't want to, because I wanted to hear from the other commissioners
All right.
and staff. That's all. I mean, I'll make a motion whenever you tell me, Mr. Martinez, I should.
No, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
because I was
Yeah.
hearing two
No,
things.
I do not want to cut anybody off.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley.
So this is really difficult for me to absorb. I have to tell you, I didn't have a chance to look at Commissioner Parks and Commissioner Reed's outline before I finished the matrix last night late, and so I'm trying to meld them together. And one simple question I have is the setback slide on Commissioner Park and Reed's PowerPoint. It talks about a 1,000-foot setback for a pre-existing row crop. Is that for? But in the matrix, the only place I'm seeing setback is in relation to one land use here, which is the campgrounds. So can someone help me understand what the setbacks are intended to be? Is it food service? Is it small-scale campground? Is it, what is it exactly on your setback slide? Is everything? Help.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, what staff has put in the matrix is the setbacks that we have heard, and so this was before the new information proposed by Commissioners Park and Reed. And so those setbacks, 1,000 feet from row crops and 400 feet from the other agricultural crops, were for campgrounds, farm stays, small-scale events, and I believe if an educational opportunity was going to include a new structure constructed for that purpose, that it would have to meet those setbacks. And so I believe they were focused on those uses that are primarily going to be bringing the public to the premises. And I can't
Okay.
speak further about Commissioner Parks.
Okay,
and
well,
Reed's
so I heard from staff.
proposal.
So
Okay.
Commissioner Park, was yours intended to apply to all of those things that you just mentioned?
Yes, we didn't mean to deviate from where staff was, and we were on somewhat general agreement here. And I think that Ms. Harris expressed it very well, that whatever the activity is, it involves in a gathering of the public of some duration. That's something that the row crop folks would be concerned about, and I can see why,
And Commissioner Park and Commissioner Bradley, maybe Ms. Harris could bring up in the memo, we have a separate table that I think may answer the questions because it speaks to the setbacks that were developed with the AAC subcommittee, at least in terms of the different uses. And so that provides some context that the intent for those 1,000-foot setbacks would be for the multiple uses for campground, farm stay, and small-scale events. So that's just additional information in terms of the approach.
Okay, this
And-
helps. So does Commissioner Park and Reed's suggestion here about the 1,000, does it comport with what you have on table 6? Because it kind of doesn't look like it. I mean,
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I think where it deviates is with the setbacks for the orchard, vineyards, and grazing rangelands, where the table shows 400 feet, between 400 and 500 feet. That would be reduced down to 100 or 400 if adjacent to a residential use.
Okay.
We didn't really touch on the composting, if that's a slightly different category. And it was treated differently by the AAC subcommittee, and I think we'd be looking for clarity from your commission on that as well. Whether you felt like setbacks were necessary for that level of use or that type of use.
Okay.
I'm going to interject myself. I think there's one more deviation is for the 1,000-foot setback for row crops. I thought I saw some wording, unless that there have been no row crops on there for 3 years. Yeah, I thought I saw something on there. So there is that provision, which if there's 3 years and there's been no row crops, then you don't have 1,000-foot or 1,000 feet of a setback, which I imagine if somebody, which was going to raise a question to me is, well, if somebody buys a piece of property, then they say, well, I do want to put row crops in there, and they can under their zoning or whatever it's for, what then? Would they be prohibited? Or that was one question I was going to ask, and yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, nothing we do here would prevent an adjacent landowner from fully utilizing their property, but if a campground were proposed prior to someone developing row crops or on their adjacent property, and that campground were only 100 foot away, for example, then the adjacent property would have to take that into consideration when they start to cultivate, and for safety purposes, they may feel forced to pull back from the property line. So while it doesn't preclude them from doing so, they would have to weigh the factors in making those determinations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and to add to what Mr. Cholo talked about, it would just make, if a adjacent owner decided to put some row crops in and the campground was already there, it would just make the campground then non-conforming. So it doesn't preclude cultivation, but if the campground goes in before cultivation and then the cultivation follows, it would just make that campground then a non-conforming use.
Correct. But I'd imagine then for a row crop, though, with the, depending on what they use, if they use a fume, there's no way they could use the fumigation because it would be within that 1,000-foot.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that would be on the farmers or the ranchers' due diligence to understand that. But the campground would be there first, so that would be an existing use.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they'd have to take that in consideration for farming operations.
Yes. Commissioner Bradley, I'm sorry, I just had to interject that question. That's fine. Your mic goes on.
Sorry. We ran into this issue of what's been cultivated and when with the cannabis ordinance. We ran into it with the ag employee dwelling unit ordinance. We've run into it everything where we deal with California tiger salamanders. And it has to do with the fact that some properties that have never been cultivated, the topography could allow it, okay? And you have also some properties that have been cultivated at one time, and it might have been 50 years ago, but they're not cultivated now. And because, there used to be a lot more dry farming of beans and wheat and those things that aren't done now so much. So you have to introduce a time element on this. I can think of, there's two parcels that are 100 and 200 acres that are out in New Cuyama off of Foothill Road to the east of New Cuyama. They were very desirable for cannabis, and they were going to take grazing land and turn it into row crop for cannabis. And the reason they wanted those parcels is they were cheap, and they also weren't, it had to do with the wells and all the sub-basins and things there. And I just don't want to allow that kind of thing that goes in to then shut down all use of a adjacent grazing parcel. And I want to be practical in this. I've looked at hundreds of sites in the last few years, and I'm trying to search for one where somebody was interested in doing something on this ag enterprise ordinance that was even within a mile of row crop farming. I can think of some on the eastern side of 101 in the Santa Maria area, up near Telephone Road and all that, where we have some oil properties that aren't really being used for anything. And there is some nearby cannabis, and there's some nearby blueberries and so forth under hoop houses There's some vineyard, there are different mixture of uses. It's the only one I can think of. And conceivably, if somebody wanted to take one of those oil properties and put campgrounds in the corner, that could affect row crop. But I think the likelihood somebody's going to put something next to row crop right now is about as likely as they're going to go do it on the moon. And so for us to beat this to death, okay, and then allow it to contaminate the whole issue of what kind of buffers we need for orchard or for vineyard, when none of those people are asking for those things. And if you just arbitrarily impose large setbacks to benefit, supposedly, orchards, vineyards, grazing, especially grazing could care less, then you're just going to shut down a lot of folks that have been excited about this ordinance and been the early adopters for the last 5 years. And I hate to see that happen. So that's what's behind this setback thing that is different than what you see on Table 6.
Okay. I think we should be, there's more comments to be made. I know that Commissioner Cooney has some comments, but what I was going to suggest is right now is we take a lunch break right now. We went into the 12:10 right now. If we come back at 1:10 or 1 o'clock, I'll let you pick the time, Mr. Cooney, because I want to make sure we get your comments in and ideas and suggestions, because I know you have a timeline of 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very considerate, and I realize a lot of good work is being done, and I don't want to hurry that up. I do think if people can be ready to go at 1:10 and not just drift in at 15 or 20 after, I'll make my comments, and I could do it now, but I'll wait and think better of what I might say, and so 1:10's fine.
Well, let's just make it 1 o'clock. Let's make it 1 o'clock. Make it short. Let's just hurry up and come back. All right?
Great.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. All right, so welcome back to the afternoon session of the Planning Commission for the County of Santa Barbara. When we left, I indicated that Commissioner Cooney, if you had any comments at this moment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had a very nice lunch without my colleagues and staff being here to fill my mind with all the conflicts and which application of their project applies to which. I would dearly love to vote on this, so I'm going to take a chance and hold my comments for the time being, and maybe we'll get a motion before I leave.
Okay. And I believe this would be a good opportunity to go back to staff in regards to some of the, at least make comments about that they feel are relevant to what we heard from Commissioner Park in particular.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, so earlier today, Ms. Harris walked through the matrix that laid out what was in the original project description and proposed draft ordinance amendments, as well as the various suggestions or proposed revisions to that project that we've heard, whether it be from the Ag Advisory Committee or Commissioners Park and Reed. We then transitioned over to some revisions from Commissioner Park and Reed, which is where we left off. My recommendation would be if we could go back to the matrix. There are a handful of items that we had touched on quickly that I think would warrant some further clarification or perhaps some direction from your commission. If we don't have time to do that or there's not an interest in doing that, just to be clear with you, it would result in staff filling in the gaps and making some guesses or taking it upon ourselves to make some decisions. And so I just wanted to give your commission an opportunity to help us in that effort. And so perhaps if you're willing to do so, we could bring back up the matrix and highlight a few of those.
Commissioners, any thoughts on that? Commissioner Park.
I think that you know, I've worked a lot with Mr. Tuttle and other people in LRP in the last few weeks, and I think we kind of know each other's thoughts, and where there are some gaps, and I knew there would be with a rather rudimentary PowerPoint presentation. I trust staff to fill in the blanks. On the other hand, I think Mr. Tuttle has things in mind, and what I would suggest is if you, Mr. Tuttle, could very quickly just run through them all, not spend time, and we could just get a sense of what we need to get back to. And it might be the kind of thing where if it was just me, I'd say, let's talk about this one a little bit more, but these others, you fill in the gaps. But I don't know to do that until I have a rundown of what you got in mind. So that's where I'd like to see Mr. Tuttle go through them all quickly, not address them, not us address them, but just showing us what he think he needs to fill in.
Commissioner.
I'm not seeing anybody objecting to that, or I think that's a good idea personally, but let's do that.
Okay, Commissioner Park through the chair. Perhaps maybe we save campgrounds till later, and if we could skip down. So if you recall, there's a few uses where the draft ordinance amendment leaves open the question of whether we're looking at a land use permit versus a zoning clearance for the middle tier. And so, Julie, if you want to scroll down to those, okay. Agricultural processing beyond the raw state. We haven't really had much discussion on that, but again, that is one of those where if you have a preference or indication of whether you'd like that to occur at the zoning clearance level versus a land use permit level. And again, the main distinction between those is land use permits are noticed and are subject to appeal, whereas a zoning clearance is not. And so as currently drafted, that permit would kick in if you're proposing a square footage, new development of up to 5,000 square feet to support that agricultural processing. Otherwise, if you're working within existing facilities or square footage, then you would be exempt. So that's one. There's also the question of whether you support the Ag Advisory Commission's suggestion of removing the requirement for all the material to be processed to be grown on site in the exempt category. So there'd be no such requirement. The material could come from anywhere. Their proposal is anywhere within the Tri-County area. So maybe we could just take that and then
Mr. Chair?
Please.
I just have one question. So on your page 4 of the beautiful table, you have the any new structure is limited to less than 5,000 under both zoning clearance and land use permit. So was there no
Right.
distinction?
Well, it's an either or. So we're looking for your commission to give us a recommendation. What is your recommendation? Do you want that to be a zoning clearance or do you want that to be a land use permit?
I know what I'd say, but let's hear
What
it.
would you say?
Zoning clearance.
Go ahead. I would agree with Commissioner Briley. We've heard no one make noise about this. And given how many times we've been here, I don't think we're going to hear it. So ZC's easier. And then also on that point about the AAC recommendation, is where the materials come from. I think those that are entrepreneurial enough to set up this kind of thing, or the vermiculture, which is the worm castings, similar, they would be bringing in some materials to make it work. So I think AAC nailed it. They got it right.
Okay.
Do you want to get consensus on just that one?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, so staff, you're here with what from 2 commissioners, so are you looking for a consensus on that one?
We can move on unless I hear objection, which I don't
No, let's
believe
just-
I do. So
let's move on. Mhm.
Moving down then next to composting right below there, it's that same general question. So there's an exempt category and then there's a permit category. And again, the question is for the permit category, zoning clearance or land use permit. I think we can assume kind of how this conversation is going, that we're looking at zoning clearance, but again, just getting your concurrence on that. You know, we can perhaps fast track that discussion and just say, unless we've heard concerns throughout the various hearings, then if there's ever a choice between those two, we will stick with the zoning clearance level.
Commissioners, I believe that that's what the consensus is of this board right now. Am I in agreement with you? All in agreement with that? All right. You see all those thumbs up?
So
Okay.
far, so good.
But they didn't get us on the Zoom. So.
The other issue that came up with regard to composting was suggestion or request by the Ag Advisory Committee members for certain setbacks from the composting facility, which had not been included in our in staff's original proposal. You see 500 feet setbacks from row crops, orchards and vineyards, and then a lesser setback from grazing rangelands. You've heard from others requesting that there not be the required setbacks from ranching grazelands at the very least. But, you know, that's another area where I think some clarification from your commission might be helpful.
Commissioners? Commissioner Reed?
I would support incorporating setback requirements. We require them from every other use, particularly with respect to row crops.
Any other commissioner? Commissioner Park?
And I think those setbacks are important to grower shippers folks. And they have specific concerns based on their experience up in the Santa Maria Valley. So I would like to respect, or rather honor those suggestions.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, before we leave composting, the fire department would like to provide some comments or dialogue, discussion, whatever.
Sure.
Well, thank you. And I apologize, I'm not as familiar, I probably hadn't had reviewed this composting section as much as the other light camping and facilities issues, but in regards to composting, I mean, we do have general fires that will just through the natural process may occur, so if there's some language that we would, I don't know if we would be reviewing each of these sites, but we would, some type of verbiage that requires some kind, a little bit of fuel modification around these sites, you know, to reduce the continuity of fuel around them, and potentially some water sources on site that could mitigate some of that, and calling 911. So a mini fire plan on that type of activity. So we can discuss that with planning department a little bit more in depth as how that would look, but I don't think it would be, we're not going to make them build a fire station or anything or put a fire engine next to it. So, but just some safety language on that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, one option could be that direct staff to work with fire on either directing the applicant to get a fire safety plan or building in development standards for on-site water storage and separation. Because these facilities, like green waste facilities, potentially, as Mr. Tan indicated, can start on their own, start fires. So directing staff to come up with those development standards, so when they come back or working with fire, you can review it with the final ordinance.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have no objection at all to fire involvement. The question is what would be best, giving us assurance that they would be brought into the process. And it is subject to a zoning clearance. So if the zoning clearance is inadequate for the purpose, then we'd have to propose that you come back with some language.
Chair and Commissioners, I'd recommend directing staff to explore that, come back with recommended language. There's a couple ways to skin the cat on that. A zoning clearance wouldn't trigger coordination with fire department on these, but there's ways that we could provide wording in the ordinance that could direct that to occur. So we could come back with specific language to address that concern.
That's fine with me.
Commissioner Reed, do you still have a comment?
Oh, I just, in light of the exothermic oxidative properties that are inherent to the process of composting, I would certainly be in agreement of incorporating some language with respect to fire hazards and proper practices in maintaining the compost process.
And Commissioner Park?
Just to generalize even further, which might shorten your presentation, in the process of revising the language, other ideas will come up on your part, and you're taking a second crack at this ordinance, and you might think of other agencies to contact. You have Mr. Lindgren in the back. You might see somewhere you need to talk to Parks Division, and I think that's just should be expected, that you would consult anybody else that you think you need to consult, and if you come up with something that we haven't talked about yet, well, so be it. We're trying to do the best possible job, and none of us are perfect. So I think we should just leave it to staff to go at it. And I think we don't need to address every item right here on that.
All right. So it sounds like we have some direction there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That said, if you would humor me and maybe we could jump up to the educational opportunities. So this was one where we had our exempt level, our permit level, and Ag Advisory Committee had come up with a third sort of middle tier of a zoning clearance level. So there was also the suggestion of increasing the number of attendees but decreasing the frequency, and I know Commissioner Park thought that was sort of the wrong way to go and would prefer fewer people, more frequent, perhaps as originally proposed. So I guess a question for your commission is, do you want to keep it as just the 2 tiers, an exempt level and a zoning clearance or land use permit level? Or do you want to entertain the 3-tier concept with the most significant or highest level of use requiring a land use permit?
Commissioner Cooney, your mic is on. I don't know if you left on.
Hear first from Commissioner Park.
Okay.
We don't need LUPs for these educational experience things. You know, they're not going to create structures and giant persisting uses of the property with traffic things. And I think let's skip LUPs. And I'm going to stand my ground on the large numbers in terms of frequency and low numbers in terms of use. That was carefully worked out over years to match what people wanted, and I want to stick with it.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Park, under the zoning clearance level, if we go that route, you could have a structure of up to 2,500 square feet to support that activity, which is, yeah.
Oops, not contravening what you've already done.
Okay.
I would just say that in relation to this you just mentioned a structure. So if a structure, as long as those structures are outside of the food safety situations, whatever the setbacks are for those, that would work, because once you create a public structure, that it triggers the food safety for the next people, especially for row crops. And I think row crops is 1,000 feet for any educational situation, like a school or anything like that. So once you use that word education, that is something to keep in mind.
Okay, let's move up then to,
Wait, I'm confused. So,
Mr. Weather?
so did we decide on zoning clearance versus land use? Wouldn't a 2,500 square foot building needed land use permit anyway?
not if the board, through your recommendation,
Calls
puts
a
it
zoning
as a zoning clearance.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I just forgot where we left off the recommendation.
No, and can I not put up a 2,999 square foot steel building on my ag property with an exemption?
There are certain allowances for agricultural structures,
yeah,
pole
so-
barns and things of that nature.
I think given the more rural nature of all the properties that be taking advantage of this, we don't need a BAR type review for the neighbor's sake of looking at these buildings. And given all the kinds of buildings you can put up without really anything that other than a building permit that are pretty massive, that we don't need to worry about this.
So zoning clearance.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so yeah,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, sorry, I'm being sacrificed here. So the question for clarification on these ag exempt buildings, for building and safety has a policy, or it's in the ordinance, the building code for ag exempt structures. That is for mainly storage, like pole barns, like Commissioner Park is talking about, storage. That changes when you change it to an occupancy when there's people inside of it. So that's one of the things that staff and I were whispering about is you can have an ag exempt building from building codes, that's storage, pole barn, things like that. But once you change and put people in it, then it does trigger the building code to bring that building up to a standard that allows it for occupancy.
Is that zoning clearance sufficient for that?
It would be.
Oversight?
So an ag exempt building, zoning clearance would be appropriate for that, or it'd be sufficient for that.
Is that okay with you? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to skip setback issues. We might tackle those separately, but let's move up to the small scale special events. Or down, okay, here we go. Okay, so again, staff's original proposal was you had an exempt level, and then you had a zoning clearance / land use permit level. We heard from some of the commissioners that the thought might be to either have them all be exempt, but different tiering or different scale, or retain a distinction between a lower level that would be permissible through an exemption or that would be exempt, and then a slightly higher level that would be allowed through a zoning clearance. So I just wanted to verify if that is still sort of the consensus of your commission, that to look to retain or maintain some distinction between what could be done through exemption, what could be done with the zoning clearance, essentially trying to harmonize staff's proposal with what we've heard from the commission.
Commissioner Briley.
I think I concur with what staff just said. The only question I had was on your, the column that allows early start times for non-motorized bike races, et cetera. And I don't, does the commission, do you need direction from the condition or from the commission about what does early start mean? Or can anyone explain that? Are we talking before peak hour? Or are we talking 9 o'clock? Or, maybe the commission has some feedback on that too.
Commissioner Park.
Okay, horses. 100-mile endurance ride typically starts at 5 in the morning. 50-mile ride starts at 6 or 7. Runs will start around 7. Gravel bike rides will start anywhere from 6 to 9. You get into ultra marathons, which are popular around here, and they're done both on the Chamberlain Ranch and also done on, there's another person that puts them on. They'll actually start in the evening and go through 2 nights in 1 day. So there's all sorts of times. And that's why saying it's 8 to 5 or something just doesn't work. The ultramarathoners actually start after dinner.
Right, I'm just thinking that, I mean, if it's not defined in the ordinance, then staff could get caught with someone complaining about something starting at 7 a.m. when in fact that was presumed in the allowance, and I don't know if it matters to say, pre-9 a.m., that's early hours or not.
Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think hearing what we've heard, we can figure something out to address that and accommodate that.
Just speaking generally again, I hope to give staff general directions so they can focus more and come back with the revised ordinance. And I'm sure we will go through that language all with a fine-tooth comb, but at least we'll have a focused version instead of what we keep getting. And so this is an area where I want to, staff understands, and I trust Mr. Tuttle and Ms. Harris and Mr. Lackey to come up with something good, and if it needs a little work, we'll do it.
One other question or comment we heard was consideration of a 40-acre minimum premises size to hold these small-scale special events. I don't know if you have an opinion on that. Currently, the proposal is if you're under 100 acres, 50 attendees, so there is no floor. Theoretically, you could have a 5-acre premises.
With 50 attendees, you mean?
Well, I would, so you're just saying under 100 acres or under 100 people for how many acres?
Under 100, it's 50 attendees, and I can't recall what Commissioner Park and Reed had for that parcel size or that premises size.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners Park and Reed had 50 for above 40 acres and 100 attendees for above 320 acres. So what we have in this spreadsheet was from a month ago, but what they just presented, it's 50 and 100.
So you're looking at for whether there should be a floor for the 50. In other words, if it's less than an acre.
Whether you establish, say, a 40-acre minimum premises size to be able to hold these special events.
I would say, I'm personally just not in favor of just putting a minimum. I think 50 people within an acre is fine with me. I mean, I could say something, but it wouldn't be politically correct, so I'll just keep it myself. I have events at my house that are a smaller place than that are less than, that have way more than 50 people, so. And I don't even live on an acre. That's just my comment. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, generally speaking on this, my general viewpoint, I would agree with Mr. Martinez, but this is for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, which is looking at Ag 2 properties, and it is designed to give them supplemental source of income, and we're not really looking at the whole galaxy of parcel sizes and neighborhoods, and given that, I would favor the 40 minimum the minimum premises size, because I think that's what people have been understanding. I think the number of Ag 2 premises that are under 40 acres, I can tell you where I know where those sites, certain sites are, but I don't know if there are those in the dozens or beyond. And I wouldn't want to have people shopping for, and I won't even tell them where it is. There's a 5-acre Ag 2 parcel over near Gaviota, that you could probably pick up really cheap and make it a wedding chapel. I don't see it. So I think you should go with your 40-acre minimum premises, and that's kind of how I intended that one slide to mean in our PowerPoint. But if everybody changes their mind, we can look at it again in 45, 60 days.
Yeah, that's something that you'll have another crack at. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then moving up to farm stays or incidental food, whatever's next. Okay, so farm stays, I think we heard explore up to 8 guest rooms if available. And I think Commissioner Park spoke to this, and I think he's correct in that the state law that this farm stay regulations are modeled after establishes a limit of 6 guest rooms, and under that limit, you're exempted from certain food safety, food prep requirements, permit requirements. And so it's not that you can't go above 6, but if you were to go above 6, you'd no longer be covered by those exemptions or those allowances. The board did direct staff to model our farm stay regulations off of the state law, and so that's where the 6 guest rooms comes from. But we can certainly come back with some options there. And let's see. Oh, for the remote envelope for the farm stay, I think our current allowance is you can do remote for a portion of the guest rooms, but not all of them. Commissioner Park and Reed, I think from your PowerPoint, it was unclear whether you were intending that the entire farm stay operation could be remote from the primary dwelling or the principal development area.
Commissioner Bradley?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
No.
Commissioner Park?
Just to keep it simple, I would allow them all to be remote, and here's why. A lot of these properties, and it's a paradox, because like the bigger they are, the more likely it is you can't really locate a principal residence. Or if you do, it's not anywhere near where other farm buildings are and where you would put a farm stay. The Rancho San Fernando Rey, the principal residence, is not near anything else. And it would be the least likely place you would ever put a farm stay. And also, some of the ranches and farms, where all the buildings are located, it gets kind of industrial. And you might have a ranch manager's house and no other house there. And you really don't want a bunch of tourists wandering around with their dogs in the farm stay thing. You want to move them around, and I want to give the ranch owner that latitude to figure that out on their own. They might want to convert a barn they've already got. They might want to put some 6 park mods out somewhere and get them out of the way, or they just need that latitude. So that's why I would stick to the remote thing as being available for all of them.
Okay, one other perhaps point of clarification or direction from your commission is right now the proposed project includes a zoning clearance level and then a land use permit level. And the main difference being that the zoning clearance is you're doing existing structures or whether that's existing principal dwelling or conversion of other existing structures, whereas the land use permit could involve the establishment of new structures, whether that's new permanent structures or new park mods, other accommodations. Does your commission support that concept of having that distinction between a zoning clearance and land use permit, or do you want to consolidate everything into a single tier essentially, where they could do any and all existing or new?
Commissioner Park?
I'd have them under a single tier. When we first did these charts in January 2022, it was single tier. This breaking it up into 2 tiers, and what happens if you have 4 units, what you have 6, was relatively new, and it's not something that got well addressed by landowners. They've addressed it since then, now that we've been having hearings, but it's kind of a new thing. I don't know where it came from. I think it came from staff, and I don't want to go that far. I see no reason to separate 4 units as opposed to 6 units. I don't think the public will even notice the difference, the public that are neighbors. So I would just keep it simple.
So like as a zoning clearance or as a land use permit?
Commissioner Park?
That's one where I would pick one or the other, come back with an ordinance, and it'll get more attention later. Because as much as I've encouraged WeWatch and others to pay attention to stuff and comment on what requires an LUP, meaning there'd be a right to appeal and neighborhood and hearing, I haven't heard a lot of folks come up to the podium and address that. But it's not so important for a one-day event with bicycles wandering around, but if you're going to have somebody come in and put 6 new conventionally built frame structures on a property, it'll be an impact, and it'll be a permanent one. And it's something where whoever's building that is spending $500 a foot or whatever it takes these days and putting a lot of money into it. And so if they have to have some permitting beyond a ZC, maybe it makes sense. But my mind is not made up on that. I do not want, and this is generalizing, anything we have in permitting to have a strong discouraging effect from ranch and farm owners trying things out. I know that isn't a great degree of clarity, but that's where I'm leaning. I'd try ZC, and then let's look at it again when you come back.
Well, before you move on, I would just say, just for my independent comment, it would be, the way you described it, I would probably go the land use permit. Since it's new buildings, it has so much more of a permanent presence rather than, like Commissioner Park was indicating, if it's a one-day event with temporary structures. Commissioner Briley?
I was actually leaning towards zoning clearance to try to simplify the permit path and reduce the number of appeals that could be filed, but I don't know, maybe you want to take a straw vote and see where it lands.
Let's just take a straw vote, because I think that would probably give the staff a better way.
Yeah, I think they're looking for which path.
And just to confirm, I mean, the commissioners heard staff describe the difference between the zoning and the LUP. So with that definition, I mean, let's just see a hands who would take the first rather than the latter. Would be the zoning.
Can we just say it audibly?
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
all I'm
clear?
looking for, the straw vote.
Okay, so I'd stick with the zoning clearance.
Zoning clearance?
I'm sorry, we're on the wrong side. Development permit, land use permit.
Commissioner Park?
Zoning clearance?
Zoning clearance?
Commissioner Reed?
I'd go with the zoning clearance.
And I already said I'll tell you, P, so you see where it's going.
Okay.
But
Well,
we'll have another crack.
You'll have another
Yeah,
crack at
that's
it,
right. No, I
so.
know.
Yeah, I know, we'll have another crack at it, yeah. And general, and with the public hearing, what we're saying here, they're gonna have an opportunity to say their piece, so.
Okay, so what I'm hearing with the farm stays is a single tier, and which could include both conversion of existing facilities plus establishment or construction of new facilities, all potentially with the zoning clearance. We'll come back with that. There's a question of the length of stay. I think the proposed language in the draft ordinance has 30 days or less. There was a suggestion to tie it more to kind of similar to campgrounds where it's a 14-day max stay, and you could have up to 2 of those per year. Both of those are intending to just make sure it doesn't become a permanent occupancy. Don't know if you have a strong opinion on that issue.
Commissioner Park?
I do. I just keep forgetting to express it. I think that the AAC and every group that's spoken to this, AAC, everybody has said 14 days. And we even had, didn't we have a question today about what happens when somebody stays too long and how do you get rid of them? I should remember the law better since I only retired a couple of years ago, but my recollection, if somebody's on your property over 30 days, you're looking at eviction techniques, unlawful detainers and things like that. Whereas and that's why you keep them down to 14 days and so forth. It's much easier to get rid of them. So I'm definitely for the 14 days.
Commissioner Cooney?
I agree.
I do too.
Commissioner Reed?
Oh, I definitely support the 14 days twice a year.
Yes, and I would too.
Mr. Chair, another question for you to consider. When we talk about new structures, staff's looking for direction on BAR review. Depending on where these are located, they could trigger a BAR design review. So if you want these to be exempted from design review, then that's a direction for staff to write in the ordinance. And then the other one was permit type for remote farm stays.
So that's going
There's
back to
two
the
questions.
last two issues, yes.
So whenever, as we go through this, whenever it triggers a new structure being done, then staff would like direction on BAR, yes or no.
Mi-
Go. It's fine.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I wanted to clarify a little bit with regards to BAR review, design review. Whether new structures require that review depends on what community they're located in. If they're located within a community or area plan, so for example, San Ynez Valley Community Plan I believe requires design review in certain circumstances. I know that the Gaviota Coast Plan requires design review for all new structures. So those are things to be considered if you want to move forward with exempting that design review in those different community areas.
And maybe staff, in regards to, you can see there's 2 to 3, but like Commissioner Park said, it's still going to be open for something that we were going to discuss at the next. So maybe what staff could do is give us a good, more detailed explanation of the differences between the two and how it can be done. Because like I was, the last comment that was made before we moved on to the other issue was that if there was a conversion of an existing structure, and that led me back to, okay, if there's an agricultural structure, which didn't need anything before, but now it's going to be turned into a farm stay and is within 1,000 feet, what then? And it's just issues that kind of come back and forth as we think about them, so. Commissioner Briley?
Mr. Chair, I just had one question. Does the zoning clearance never necessitate BAR review? Does it have to be an LUP?
So there's, oh, maybe I should let Mr. Tuttle answer that one first. He's more in the trenches than I've been, so I'll let Mr. Tuttle answer that first.
Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So currently in our code, zoning clearances are pretty infrequently used. Often they're used as a follow-on to a discretionary permit. And there is design review associated with those. So it's not that there's never a situation where you have design review attached to a zoning clearance. I think where we are headed as a county and as we go through not only this effort but other code update efforts, you will begin to see more and more projects that are moved into the zoning clearance realm out of a land use permit. And the question of design review with those is still up for debate. We can write it however we want to, though, essentially.
Well, the only the only thought is that we suffered through a lot of land use permit appeals in the cannabis world, and if there were zoning clearances, we wouldn't have had as many appeals. And in fact, our discretion was severely limited on those LUP appeals. So, if we're trying to give a green light to some of this stuff, I would say stick with the zoning clearance, but, you know, open to, and of course, we can figure it out at the next meeting on it, but that was my logic.
So I guess same direction to do what we were talking about originally as the issue, but just since we're going to discuss it at the next hearing, let's have a more detailed discussion about it with what you're coming up with, and there may be other ideas that or concerns that come up too. But the second question, Mr. Wilson, was...
So did we get an answer on the first one? So design review?
Just leave it as it is. I'm suggesting we come back. It is what it is. You saw the straw vote, so stick with the straw vote. But we're going to discuss it again if we can have more ideas and concerns in regards to the issues that, sub-issues it was. Doing on IRAC, we have the issue, we have the rule. Now let's do the analysis with the sub-issues of it. So that's what I'm thinking.
So we could bring it back and just, I'm just going to say it. To follow up what Commissioner Bradley said, if you go with a zoning clearance with a new structure, that's not appealable. But then any associated design review could be appealable. So then that doesn't streamline the process because now you have one action that's not appealable, but then you have a second action. So what happens in those cases, they will appeal the zoning clearance issues, but under a design review. So that's what you see sometimes at the Planning Commission is that they don't like the project, but the only way they can appeal it is through a design review. So if you're looking at streamlining a process, then you need to look at both components of the process. So if you want it streamlined, then no design review and come up with objective design standards as an option, and then make it a zoning clearance. So the direction to staff could be flag those potential things. So when you come back, you can talk about those again. Say, here's the ramifications of these scenarios. The other question was the remote farm stays and what permit level you wanted on that.
Commissioner Park.
Okay, last question first. Remote farm stays, same permit level as the other farm stays. Design review, okay, no design review other than what's already required in the community plans. San Ynez Valley Community Plan has things like that, but you know, it's that inner triangle of San Ynez Valley that's bounded by the 2 highways and so forth. And it's got like 1 Ag 2 parcel in it. And it's not an issue. And remember with the farm stays, we're looking at conventional built new structures, some of them. We're looking at conversion of existing structures, which might be houses, barns, who knows what. And we're also looking at park mod trailers and their type. And the last thing I want to see is sitting here looking at an LUP appeal, or not an LUP appeal, a BAR appeal for a park mod trailer that's bussed in from Pennsylvania and is sitting on a 9,000-acre ranch. Okay, so I rest my case.
Well, I won't even get into the legal jargon right now. So So I guess we gave the best direction we can right now. This obviously it's going to still be an issue at the next meeting. Okay.
We're not looking for 100% perfection here. We know there's going to be some things that we'll have to work through and come back to you with further information on and options. I think let's move from farm stay up to incidental food service. Is that, or yeah, we did educational. Okay, so incidental food service. I think the broad themes are keep it simple, tie it to the tasting room, including tasting room hours. We have done some research on tasting room hours. Ms. Harris can go over that with you if you think that would be helpful, or we could push that to the next meeting. But we found a range. Most of the winery permits, or some of the winery permits were specific as to the tasting room hours, others not. But I think what we might come back to you with is a tasting room hours if specified in their permit, or not to exceed time if not specified. And we can go over that in more detail next time. But the other thing I think we wanted to maybe get a little more direction on is, so right now our proposal has exempt tier, zoning clearance tier, and then a winery permit amendment tier if you're looking to expand. I think what I hear from the commission is certainly in the try to consolidate those 3 tiers into perhaps 2 tiers, where you have a zoning clearance tier, or maybe an exempt tier and then a zoning clearance tier. I think where we might have to still have a discussion on is what happens if you want to expand your operation, and can that be done without opening up the winery permit? Commissioner Park and Reed proposed up to 2,500 square foot addition through a zoning clearance without having to touch the winery permit. That does have the potential to present some issues, and I'll just highlight them real quickly. So depending on which tier of the winery permit a property is under, if they're under a tier 2 winery, they're limited in total winery structural development to 20,000 square feet, and the tasting room can't exceed 10% of that winery structural development, so your tasting room couldn't be any greater than 2,000 square feet. I'm not sure exactly how many of our wineries are currently in that tier 2. Do you have it? If you're in the tier 3, which is a planning commission approved winery, there are no such limits. But we do present issues when we go to allowing expansions that might create a potential conflict, or create a winery that's sort of legal non-conforming with regard to the underlying winery regulations. And so I think staff would recommend structuring it in a way to give people some flexibility and some opportunity to make such improvements without opening up their winery permit, but to do so in a way that doesn't create a direct conflict.
Mr. Park?
You're raising really good points, which is your job, and you're good at it, being very thorough. But it's more complicated than we're prepared to deal with right now, or will be. And so I trust you to research it and come up with the best fit that you can, knowing the general direction we're going in. And with, for example, even the 2,500 square foot allowance that I put in there, that's not quite pin the tail on the donkey, but it's not a lot more scientific than that. And if you come up with a different number that you think is better justified by what the matrix of ordinance is, then you should do that. Because, you know, the language that you have, if we have to change a number here and there, we can do it in one fell swoop. You know, if you write in 2,500, we can change it that day to 1,750 or whatever else. So I think you've raised good points, but you have all the direction that we can reasonably give you at this point, and we should move on. Because this is like Cinderella, and he's going to turn into a pumpkin at 2 o'clock. And I want to make my motion.
I think he's already there. You know what? It's going to be at 2 o'clock, and I know you reserved your time to make comments. I don't know if you wanted to make any comments right now.
I'd be glad to. First of all, and obvious to everybody that's been a part of this process, it feels to me like we've really been making progress today by sharing our views and honing down the issues to be determined later. I entered the meeting today hoping that this would be our last Planning Commission meeting on this very important ordinance, but it is important and we are making progress, and as long as that's the case, you know, I'm willing to go on and on. The problem is logistically, we're going to get immersed in the housing element for the next few meetings, and it'll be a challenge for staff to bring us all together without finishing the housing issues. We've really got time clocks there. But I do want to compliment Commissioners Park and Reed for the extra effort that they made. Commissioner Park going back years working with the community to try and solve some of their concerns. And I think as a commission, we all have the responsibility to the board to come up with the best possible plan we can as a unit. And we may not agree on everything, but then we'll go by majority rule. So I'm very pleased with today's action. I'm sorry we weren't able to move a little faster so I could finish, unless there are still items to discuss with the rest of the commission.
Well, we've saved the best for last, which is campgrounds.
All right. Then I deputize you, Mr. Tuttle, to do that for me, and thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we say goodbye to Mr. Cooney, I wanted to recognize, thank you, staff, for reminding me that we have an esteemed, soon-to-be retired fire official in our audience, and I think this is last day. So just wanted to thank Rob Hazard for being here through this entire day. This will be a reason why you realized you wanted to retire, and just happy retirement. It's completely off agenda, but before he leaves.
May I make a proposal? Make a proposal. Mr. Tuttle, if you can hit campgrounds and do it really fast while he's still here, okay, then let's solve that, okay? And then I want to make a motion to direct staff that'll be pursuant to our written document, plus your interpretations that you have based on what you've heard today. But I want to do that before he goes.
Okay, let's see if we can.
So you gotta
get this
speed
out
up.
in 5 minutes. Campgrounds, Julie, you want to scroll up to that? Okay, so real quick, we had the draft original was everything, no exempt or zoning clearance level. Every campground would require a land use permit or CDP in the coastal zone. We've heard from the commission interest in modifying the number of campsites based on the size of the parcels. I think we can certainly work with that. I'm not sure if there was direction as to whether those campgrounds would be zoning clearance versus land use permit. But there is also the proposal from Ag Advisory Committee for the low impact camping, sort of modeled after SB 620, which would be done under a zoning clearance. That's what Ms. Harris is highlighting there, which is a lower level of camping less infrastructure improvements, et cetera, and whether there's support for incorporating that option as maybe a distinction or a different permit tier than the more established campground facility. So I think that's a general question for your commission is, do you want to establish a tiered approach to the campgrounds with a low impact, no infrastructure being perhaps a zoning clearance, and then the more established campgrounds, more infrastructure, maybe owner provided accommodations being a land use permit, or if you wanted to try to fold it all into a single tier. So I think that's one question, and then the other question was about the owner provided accommodations. I think there seems to be some support for ensuring that a portion of the sites are reserved for tent camping or for bring your own RV or trailer. 30% was one number thrown out. I didn't hear from your commission whether you had a particular opinion on that, if there's a particular number you were thinking of in that regard. So I think those were the two main issues, and then there's a handful of smaller things.
Commissioner Park?
Okay, the owner-provided units, you can go to a business that rents out RVs, okay? And you can go to one in Escondido and say, I want a travel trailer delivered at this ranch up here in Santa Barbara County, and they'll do that. A lot of people do that, okay? And there's no difference between the owner doing that, of the landowner, or some rental agency, except that the landowner would keep them on site and not have to haul them around in big trucks and generate all the GHGs and whatnot. So, you know, whether somebody's got an Airstream or a camper or something that's been provided by the owner, or somebody brought up, it makes no difference. Just aesthetically, I'd rather not see a 30-unit campground that's allowed and have it all parked out with Airstreams that have been provided by the owner. And so I am comfortable to say, you guys, staff, come up with some percentages that you feel comfortable with, and we'll look at on, here's owner supplied, okay, and here's ones that are reserved for the tents and the small RVs, and we'll look at it again when you come up with it. So that's where I am on that one. In terms of permitting levels, go all ZC. I want to be sure that ranch owners feel that they can take a shot at trying this stuff without going through a whole LUP process, because they'll never do it. They'll never start it. And I do not quite trust where SB 620 is going, or even understand well what it means. And it will have some low-impact campings, sort of, I think, and it will have make room for porta potties and whatnot. But I think we ought to make room for these things right here in our ordinance. So I think going with all ZC is the way to go. Does that answer your question so we can move on? I didn't mean to leave out something that you touched on. Landscaping, forget the landscaping, don't need it. You needed that when you're going to have park mod trailer camps, but we're not. So.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I think that generally answers our questions. Don't know if any of the other commissioners, and Cooney, before he steps away, has any input on that.
May I make a motion while he's still here?
You may make a motion.
One thing we didn't touch on, sorry, one thing we did not touch on are the setbacks. And if
well, they're here. I mean, they're going to be part of my motion, and I'm not going to touch on them again. But I will touch on it again when you come back with the revised ordinance, and everybody can say, you know, we want 10,000-foot setbacks, or I want 10-foot setbacks. It's all, and nothing's decided today. This is just giving you directions on what to write up next. So my motion will be to direct staff to prepare a revised draft ordinance based on the document entitled Revised Proposed Instructions to Staff for Ag Enterprise Ordinance that Commissioner Reed and I have provided, and upon staff's further interpretations of those that have come in the afternoon hearing we've just had. And that's my motion. Oh, and continue this matter until such time as staff determines is appropriate for giving staff sufficient time to do its revision work, which I would imagine is around 2 months, but you got to suggest.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yeah, on that, I think we were looking at the way the hearings lay out or work out in May, that we were looking at the last hearing in May, which is May 29th.
Commissioner Cooney?
Oh, I second the motion.
Commissioner, deliberations? Seeing none? Well, you're not going to deliberate against yourself, are you, Commissioner Burke? No.
No, I'm just
Okay.
jumping the gun here. I want to say aye, so I
Okay,
left
so
my
let's
mic
just,
on.
all in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody against? Any abstain? Abstention? Great. Okay. So I think that would probably pretty much end today's meeting right now. Great job. Thank you. And thank you, staff. I know there's a lot to add to it still.
Staff's done a great job.
Thank you.